Chapter 21. Ram walked down the stairway and reached the lower ground level. He entered a public garden and sat on the first available bench, alive, only to his dinner turmoil, to the casual passerby. His eyes seemed focused on the ground, his breathing slow and even, as though he was meditating deeply. But Lakshman knew his brother and his signs of anger. The deeper Dada's anger, the calmer he appeared. Lakshman felt the pain acutely, for his brother became distant and shut him out on such occasions. The hell with this, Dada. Lakshman rasped out. Tell that pompous guru to take a hike and let's just leave. Ram did not react, not a muscle twist to suggest that he had even heard his brother's rant. Dada, continued Lakshman, it's not as if you and I are particularly popular among the royal families in the Saptasindhu. Let Bharat Dada handle them. One of few advantages of being disliked is that you don't need to fret over what others think about you. I don't care what other thinks of me, said Ram. His voice startlingly calm. But it is the law. It's not your law. It's not our law. Forget it. Ram turned to look into the distance. Dada, said Rakshan, placing his hand on Ram's shoulder. Ram's body tensed in protest. Dada, whatever you decide, I'm with you. His shoulder relaxed. Ram finally looked at his woe-begone brother. He smiled. Let's take a walk into the city. I need to clear my mind. Beyond the bees' quarter, the city of Mithila was relatively more organized, with well laid out city streets lined by luxurious buildings, luxurious in a manner of speaking, for it would be unfair to compare them to the grand architecture of Ayodhya, dressed in the coarse, undyed garments of the common class. The brothers did not attract any attention. Their aimless wandering led them into the main market area, built in a large open square. It was lined by pakka stone structured, expansive shops, with temporary stalls accompanying the center, offering a low-cost option. The neatly numbered stalls were covered by a colorful cloth awning held up by upright bamboo poles. They were organized in a grid layout marked by chalk lines with adequate lanes for people to walk around. Dada, said Lakshmi as he picked up a mango. He knew his brother loved the fruit. These must be among the early harvest of the season. It may not be the best, but it is still a mango. Ram smiled faintly. Lakshman immediately purchased 2 mangoes, handed one to Ram and set about devouring the other, biting and sucking the succulent pulp with gusto. It made Ram laugh. Lakshman looked at him. What's the point of eating mangoes if you cannot make a mess of it? Ram set upon his own mango, joining his brother as he slurped noisily. Lakshman finished first and his brother stopped him in time from casually chucking a mango stone by the sidewalk. Lakshman pretended as if nothing was amiss and equally casually walked up to a garbage collection pit dug next to a stall and dropped the mango stone in the rightful place. Ram followed suit as they turned around to retrace their steps to the apartment. They heard a loud commotion from farther ahead in the same lane. They quickened their pace as they walked towards the hubbub. They heard a loud, belligerent voice. Princess Sita, leave this boy alone. A firm, feminine voice was heard in reply. I will not. Ram looked at Lakshman, surprised. Let's see what's going on, said Lakshman. Ram and Lakshman pushed forward through the crowd that had gathered in a flash. As they broke through the first line of the throng, they came upon a An open space, probably the center of the square. They stood at the rear of a corner store, beyond which their eyes fell on a little boy's back, probably 7 or 8 years of age. He had a fruit in his hand, as he covered behind a woman, also facing the other way. The woman confronted a large and visibly angry move. "That's Princess Sita," asked Lakshman, his eyes widening as he turned to look at Ram. His brother's face knocked the breath out of him. Time seemed to inexplicably slow down, as if Lakshman was witnessing a cosmic event. Ram stood still as he looked intently, his face calm. Lakshman detected the flush on his brother's dark-skinned face. His heart had clearly picked up back. Sita stood with her, Ram towards them. But Ram could see that she was unusually tall for a Mithila woman, almost as tall as he was. She looked like a warrior in the army of the Mother Goddess. With her lean and muscular physique, she was whitish complexion. She wore a cream-colored dhoti and a white single-cloth blouse. Her angavastram was draped over her right shoulder, with one end tucked into her dhoti and the other tied around her waist and around her left hand. Ram noticed a small knife scabbard tied horizontally to the small of her back. It was empty. He had been told that Sita was a little older than he was. She was 25 years of age. Ram felt a strange restlessness. He felt a strong urge to behold her face. "Princess Sita," screamed a man, possibly the leader of the mob. Their elaborate attire suggested that this crowd was made up of the well-to-do, enough of protecting these scum from the beast quarter. "Hand him over. He will be punished by the law," said Sita. "Not by you." Ram smiled slightly. "He is a thief. That's all we understand. We all know whom your laws favor. Hand him over." The man inched closer, breaking away from the crowd. The air was rife with tension. Nobody knew what would happen next. It could spiral out of control any moment. Crazed moves can lend a dangerous courage to even the faint-hearted. Sita slowly reached for her scabbard, where her knife should have been. Her hand tensed. Ram watched with keen interest. No sudden movements, not a twitch of nervous energy when she realized she carried no weapon. She spoke evenly. "The law does not make any distinction. The boy will be punished, but if you try to interfere, so will you." Ram was spellbound. "She is a follower of law." Lakshman smiled. He had never thought he would find another so obsessed with the law as his brother. "Enough already," shouted the man. He looked at the mob and screamed as he swung his hand. "She is just one. There are hundreds of us. Come on." "But she is a princess," someone from the back tried to reason weakly. "No, she is not," shouted the man. "She is not King Janak's real daughter. She is adopted." Sita suddenly pushed the boy out of the way, stepped back and dislodged with her foot an upright bamboo stick that held the awning of a shop in place. It fell to the ground. She flicked the stick with her foot, catching it with her right hand in one fluid motion. She swung the stick expertly in her hand, twirling it around with such fearsome speed that it whipped up a loud, humming sound. The leader of the mob remained stationary, out of reach. "Dada," whispered Lakshman, "we should step in. She has it under control." Sita stopped swinging and held the stick to her side, one end tucked under her armpit, ready to strike. "Go back quietly to your house. Nobody will get hurt. The boy will be punished according to the law. Nothing more, nothing less." The mob leader pulled out a knife and swiftly moved forward. Sita swerved back as he swung the blade wildly. In the same moment, she steadied herself while going back one step and then down on one knee, swinging her stick with both her hands. The weapon hit the man behind his knee. Even before his knee buckled, she transferred her weight to her other foot and yanked the stick upward, using his own legs as leverage as his feet went up in the air. His legs flew upward, and he fell hard, flat on his back. Sita instantly rose, held the stick high above her head with both her hands, and struck his chest hard. One brutal strike. Ram heard the sound of the whip cage cracking with a fierce blow. Sita twirled the stick and held it out, one end tucked under her armpit again. Her left hand stretched out, her feet spread wide, offering her the balance she needed to move to either side swiftly. Anyone else? The crowd took one step back. The swift and brutal downing of their leader seemed to have driven some sense into them. Sita forced the point home. Anyone else wants a cracked whip free of charge. Then began to move backward, even as a pupil in the back melted away. Sita summoned a man who stood to the right of Ram, pointing towards the one who lay prone on the ground. Kaustav, round up a few men and take Vijay to the Ayurveda. I will check on him later. Kaustav and his friend rushed forward. As she turned, Ram finally beheld her wishes. Had the entire universe garnered all its talents into creating a perfect feminine face of delicate beauty and ferocious build, this would be it. Her round face was a shade lighter than the rest of her body. Her white cheekbones and a sharp small nose. Her lips were neither thin nor full. Her wide set eyes were neither small nor large. Strong brows arched in a perfect curve above creaseless eyelids, and a limpid fire shone in her eyes, enhanced right now by what she had unleashed. A faint birthmark on her right temple made real a face that to Ram was both flawless and magnificent. She had the look of the mountain pupil from the Himalayas. Ram had found memories of them from his short visit to the valley of Kathmandu. When he was young, her straight jet black hair was braided and tied into a neat bun. Her warrior's body carried the proud scars from the battle wounds. Dada, Lakshman's boy, seemed to have travelled from a distant land. It was quite simply almost inaudible to him. Ram stood as if he was carved from marble. Lakshman knew his brother so well. The more transfixed his face, the deeper the tumult of emotions within. Lakshman touched Ram's shoulder. Dada. Ram still could not respond. He was mesmerized. Lakshman turned his attention back to Sita. She threw the stick away and caught hold of the boy thief. Come on, my lady, pleaded the boy. I'm sorry. This will be the last time. I'm really sorry. Sita tugged at the boy's hand and began to walk briskly toward Ram and Lakshman. Lakshman took hold of Ram's elbow and attempted to step aside, but Ram seemed to be in the grip of a higher power. His face was expressionless, his body still, his eyes almost unblinking, his breathing even and regular. The only movement was his Angvastam fluttering in the breeze, exaggerated by his immobility, almost as if it was beyond his control. Ram bowed his head. Lakshman had held his breath as his mouth fell open. He had never thought he had seen this day. After all, which one would inspire the admiration of a man such as his brother? That love would slam into a heart that had only learned obedience to and strict control of his mind. That a man whose mission was to raise every person's head with pride and purpose would find comfort in going to another. A line from an ancient poem came floating into his mind, one that his romantic heart had found ethereal, but he had never thought his state elder brother would find meaning in that line before he did. She has that something, like the thread in a crystal bead necklace. She holds it all together. Lakshman could see that his brother had found a thread that would hold the desperate beats of his life together. Ram's heart, despite the fact that it had never been given free rein due to his immense self-control, was probably aware that it had just found its greatest ally. It had found Sita. She came to a standstill, surprised by these two strangers, blocking her path. One looked like a giant but lovable ruffian, and the other was too dignified for the coarse clothes he bore. Strangely, for some reason, he was going to her. Out of my way, snapped Sita, as she pushed past Ram. Ram stepped aside, but she had already whizzed past, dragging the boy thief along. Lakshman immediately stepped up and touched Ram on his back. Dada! Ram had not turned to see Sita walking away. He stood mystified, almost as if his disciplined mind was trying to analyze what had just happened, what his heart had just done to him. He seemed surprised beyond measure by himself. Oh, Dada, said Lakshman, smiling broadly now. Huh, Dada, she's gone. I think you can raise your head now. Ram finally looked at Lakshman, a hint of a smile on his face. Dada, Lakshman gave a loud laugh, stepped forward, and embraced his brother. Ram patted him on his back, but his mind was preoccupied. Lakshman stepped back and said, She will make a great bhavi. Ram frowned, refusing to acknowledge his brother's unbridled enthusiasm in referring to the princess as his sister-in-law. I guess we will be going to the Swayambar now, said Lakshman winking. Let's go back to our room for now, said Ram, his expression calm again. Right, said Lakshman, still laughing. Of course we should behave maturely about this. Mature, calm, stoic, controlled. Have I forgotten any word, Dada? Ram tried to keep his face expressionless, but it was obviously a bigger struggle than usual. He finally surrendered to his inner joy, and his face lit up with a dazzling smile. The brothers began to walk back to the bees' quarter. We must tell Arishtanemi that you will, after all, be participating in the Swayamvar willingly, said Lakshman. As Ram fell a few steps behind Lakshman, he allowed himself another full smile. His mind had probably begun to understand what had just happened to him, what his heart had done to him. This is good news, said Arishtanemi. I am delighted that you have decided to obey the law. Ram maintained a calm demeanor. Lakshman could not seem to control his smile. Yes, of course, Arishtanemi said Lakshman. How can we disregard the law, especially one that has been recorded in two Smritis? Arishtanemi frowned, not really understanding Lakshman's sudden about turn. He shrugged and turned to address Ram. I will inform Guruji right away that you are willing to participate in the Swayamvar. Dada, said Lakshman, crossing into their room. It had been just 5 days since Ram had been seen Sita, and there were less than 2 days to go for the Swayamvar. What's the matter? Asked Ram, putting down the palm leaf book he had been reading. Just come with me, Dada, insisted Lakshman as he grabbed Ram by the hand. What is it, Lakshman? Asked Ram once again. They were on top of the bees' quarter, walking down the streets. They moved in the direction away from the city. This section of the bees' quarter actually merged with the inner fort fort, making it a fantastic lookout point to see the fields up to the outer wall and beyond at the land outside the city. A massive crowd had gathered, many of them pointing and gesticulating wildly as they spoke to each other. Lakshman, where are you taking me? He did not get an answer. "Move aside," said Lakshman, harshly as he pushed his way through the throng, leading Ram by the hand. People got out of the way at the sight of the muscular giant, and soon the brothers were at the bottom. As soon as they reached the edge, Ram's attention was caught by what he saw beyond the second wall and the lake moat. In the clearing ahead of the forest line, a small army seemed to be gathering with devastating precision and discipline. There were 10 standard bearers at regular intervals, holding their flag high. Waves of soldiers emerged from the forest in neat rows within a few minutes. They were all in formation, approximately 1,000 behind each standard. Intriguingly, they had left a large area clear, right in the center of their formation. Ram noticed that the color of the dhotis that the soldiers wore was the same as their standard. He estimated that there must be 10,000 soldiers, not a very large number, but enough to cause serious trouble to a city like Mithila, which was not a garrison city. "Which kingdom has sent this army?" asked Ram. "It's apparently not an army," remarked the man standing next to Lakshman. "It's a bodyguard corps." Ram was about to pose another question to the man when they were all distracted by the reverberating sound of conch shells being blown by the soldiers in the clearing. A moment later, even this sound was drowned out by one that Ram had not heard before. It almost seemed like a giant demon was slicing through the air with quick strokes from a gigantic sword. Lakshman looked up, pressing the source of the sound. "What the?" The crowd watched in awe. It must be the legendary flying vehicle that was a proud possession of Lanka, the Pushpak Viman. It was a giant conical craft made of some strange unknown metal. Massive rotors attached to the top of the vehicle right at its pointed end were swinging with a powerful force in a right to left circular motion. A few smaller rotors were attached close to the base on all sides. The body of the craft had many portholes, each of which was covered with thick grass. The vehicle made a noise that could overpower that of trumpeting elephants in hot pursuit. It appeared to intensify as it hovered above the trees for a bit. As it did so, small circular metal screens descended over the portholes, covering them completely, blocking any view of the insides of the Biman. The crowd gaped in unison at this outlandish sight as they covered their ears. So did Lakshman, but Ram did not. He stared at the crowd with a visceral anger welling up deep inside him. He knew whom it belonged to. He knew who was in there. The man responsible for having destroyed all possibilities of a happy childhood before Ram was even born. He stood amidst the throng as if he was alone. His eyes burned with fearsome intensity. The sound of the rotors suddenly dipped as the craft began its descent. The Pushpak Viman landed perfectly in the clearing designated for it, in the center of the formation of Lankan soldiers. The Mithilans of the bees' quarters spontaneously broke into applause for the soldiers of Lanka, though they may not have existed at all. They stood absolutely still, rooted to their position in a remarkable display of raw discipline. A few minutes later, a section of the conical divan swing opened, revealing a perfectly concealed door. The door slid aside and a giant of a man filled the doorway. He stepped out and surveyed the ground before him. A Lankan officer ran up to him and gave him a crisp salute. They exchanged some quick words and the giant looked intently towards the wall at the avid spectators. He abruptly turned around and walked back into the Biman. After a while, he appeared again, this time walking out, followed by another man. The second man was distinctly shorter than the first and yet taller than the average Mithilian, probably of the same height as Ram. But unlike Ram's lean, muscular physique, this Rankan was of gigantic proportions. His swarthy skin, handlebar mustache, thick beard, and pock-marked face lent him an intimidating air. He bore a violet dhoti and angvastam, a colored dye that was among the most expensive in the Saptasindhu. He wore a large headgear with two threatening 6-inch curved horns stretching out from either side. He stooped a bit as he walked. Ravan, whispered Lakshman. Ram did not respond. Lakshman looked at Ram. Dada. Ram remained silent, looking intently at the king of Lanka in the distance. Dada, said Lakshman. Bisudev. Ram looked at Lakshman. There was fire in his eyes. He then turned back to look at the Lankans beyond the second wall of Mithila. To the Lankans beyond the second wall of Mithila. To the Lankan. Chapter 22. Please don't leave. Pleaded Aristonemi. Guruji is as troubled as you are. We don't know how or why Ravan landed up here, but Guruji thinks it's safer for the two of you to remain within the fort walls. Ram and Lakshman sat in their room in the beast quarter. Aristonemi had returned with a plea from Vishwamitra to the princes of Ayodhya. Please do not leave. Ravan had sat up, kept outside the walls of Mithila. He had not entered the city, though a few of his emissaries had. They had gone straight to the main palace to speak to King Janak and his younger brother, King Kusadhwaj. The latter had newly arrived in the city to attend the Swayambar. Why should I bother about what Guru Vishwamitra thinks? Asked Lakshman aggressively. I only care about my elder brother. Nobody can guess what this demon from Lanka will do. We have to leave now. Please think about this with a calm mind. How will you be safe all alone in the jungle? You are better off within the walls of the city. The Malay Putras are here for your defense. We cannot just sit here, waiting for events to unfold. I am leaving with my brother. You Malay Putras can do whatever the hell you want to. Prince Ram, Ashtinemi turned to Ram. Please trust me. What I am advising is the best course of action. Do not withdraw from the Swayam. Do not leave the city. Ram's external demeanor was calm as usual, and yet Ashtinemi sensed a different energy, the inner serenity, so typical of Ram, was missing. Had Ram been truly honest with himself, he would admit that there were many who had hurt him, who he should have at least resented, if not hated, with equal ferocity. Ravan, after all, had simply done his job. He had won a battle that he had fought. However, the child that Ram had once been was incapable of such rationalization. That lonely and hurt child had focused all his frustration and anger at the injustice that he had faced on the iconic invisible demon who had wrought such a devastating change in his father, turning him into a bitter man who constantly put his elder son down and neglected him. As a child, he had convinced himself that Ravan had triggered all his misfortunes, that if Ravan had not won that battle on that terrible day in Kalchapa, Ram would not have suffered so. The anger that Ram reserved for Ravan stemmed from that childhood memory. It was overwhelming and beyond reason. Ashtinemi had left for Vishwamitra's guest quarter, leaving Ram and Lakshman to themselves. Dada, trust me, let's just escape from here, said Lakshman. There are 10,000 Lankas. We are only two. I am telling you, if push comes to shove, Even the Mithilans and Malayaputras beside with Ravan. Ram stared at the garden beyond, through the only window in the room. Dada said Lakshman insistent. We need to make a run for it. I have been told there's a second gate at the other end of the city wall. Nobody except for the Malayaputras knows who we are. We can escape quietly and return with the Ayodhya army. We will teach the damned Lankan a lesson. But for now, we need to run. Ram turned to Lankan and spoke with eerie calm. We are the descendants of Ikshvaku, the descendants of Raghu. We will not run away. Dada. He was interrupted by a knock on the door. He cast a quick look at Ram and drew his sword. Ram warned Lakshman if someone wanted to assassinate us. He would not knock. He would just barge in. There is no place to hide in here. Lakshman continued to stare at the door, unsure whether he should set his sword. Just open the door, Lakshman said Ram. Lakshman crept up the stairs to the horizontal door on the roof. He held his sword to his side, ready to strike if the need so arose. There was another knock, more insistent. This time, Lakshman pushed the door open to find Samiji, the police and protocol chief of Mithila. Peering down at him, she was a short-haired, tall, dark-skinned and muscular woman, and her soldier's body bore scars of honor from battles Belfort. She wore a blouse and dhoti made from the same green cloth. She had a leather armbands and a leather underblouse. A sheathed long sword hung by her waist. Lakshman gripped his sword tight. Namaste, Chief Samichi. To what do we owe this visit? He asked gruffly. Samichi grinned disarmingly. Put your sword back in the scabbard, young man. Let me decide what I should or should not do. What is your business here? The Prime Minister wants to meet your elder brother. Lakshman was taken aback. He turned to Ram, who signaled his brother to let them in. He immediately slipped his sword in its scabbard and backed up against the wall, making room for the party to enter. Samichi stepped in and descended the stairs, followed by Sita. As Sita stepped down through the door hole, she gestured behind her. Stay there, Unila. Lakshman instinctively looked up to see Unila, even as Ram stood up to receive the Prime Minister of Mithila. The two women climbed down swiftly, but Lakshman remained rooted, entranced by the vision above. Urmila was shorter than her elder sister, much shorter. She was also fairer, so fair that she was almost the color of milk. She probably remained indoors most of the time, keeping away from the sun. Her round baby face was dominated by her large eyes, which betrayed a sweet, childlike innocence. Unlike her warrior-like elder sister, Urmila was clearly a very delicate creature, aware of her beauty, yet childlike in her ways. Her hair was arranged in a bun, with every strand neatly in place. The kajal in her eyes accentuated their exquisiteness. The lips were enhanced with some bead extract. Her clothes were fashionable, yet demure. A bright pink blouse was complemented by a deep red dhoti, which was longer than usual. It reached below her knees. A neatly pressed angbastam hung from her shoulder, anklets, and toe ring drew attention to her lovely feet, while rings and bracelets decorated her delicate hands. Lakshman was mesmerized. The lady sensed it, smiled genially, and looked away with slight confusion. Sita turned and saw Lakshman looking at Urmila. She had noticed something that Ram had missed. Shut the door, Lakshman, said Ram. Lakshman reluctantly did as ordered. Ram turned towards Sita. How may I help you, princess? Sita smiled. Excuse me for a minute, prince. She looked at Samichi. I had like to speak to the prince alone. Of course, said Samichi, immediately climbing out of the room. Ram was surprised by Sita's knowledge of their identity. He revealed nothing as he nodded at Lakshman. She turned to leave with alacrity. Ram and Sita were alone in no time. Sita smiled and pointed towards a chair in the room. Please sit, Prince Ram. I'm all right. Is it Guru Viswamitra himself who revealed my identity to her? Why is he so well hell-bent on this alliance? I insist, said Sita as she sat down herself. Ram sat on a chair facing Sita. There was an awkward silence for some time before Sita spoke. I believe you were tricked into coming here. Ram remained silent, but his eyes gave the answer away. Then why have not you left? Asked Sita. Because it would be against the law. Sita smiled. And is it the law that will make you participate in the Swayamvar day after tomorrow? Ram chose silence for he would not lie. You are Ayodhya, the overlord of Saptasindu. I am only Mithila, a small kingdom with little power. What purpose can possibly be served by this alliance? Marriage has a higher purpose. It can be more than just a political alliance. Sita smiled enigmatically. Ram felt like he was being interviewed. This, strangely enough, did not stop him from noticing that an impertinent strand had slipped out of Sita's neatly braided hair. The gentle breeze wafting in from the window lifted the wisp of hair playfully. His attention shifted seamlessly to the perfect curve of her neck. He noticed his heart begin to race. He smiled to himself ruefully and triggered to restore his inner calm as he admonished himself. What is wrong with you? Why can't you control yourself? Prince Ram exclusively asked Ram, bringing his focus back to what he was saying. I ask if marriage is not a political alliance. Then what is it? Well, to begin with, it is not a necessity. There should be no compulsion to get married. There is nothing worse than being married to the wrong person. You should only get married if you find someone you admire, who will help you understand and fulfill your life's purpose. And you, in turn, can help her fulfill her life's purpose. If you are able to find that one person, then marry him. Sita raised her eyebrows. Are you advocating just one wife? Not many. Most people think differently. Even if all people think polygamy is right, it does not make it so. But most than men take many wives. Stacy the novelty. I won't. You insult your wife by taking another. Sita drew back her head, raising her chin in contemplation, as though she was assessing him. Her eyes softened in admiration. A charged silence filled the room as she gazed at her. Her expression changed with sudden recognition. Was not it you at the marketplace the other day? She asked. Yes. Why did not you step in to help me? You had the situation under control. Sita smiled slightly. It was Ram's turn to ask a question. What is Ravan doing here? I don't know, but it makes the Swayamvar more personal for me. Ram was shocked, but his expression remained impassive. Has he come to participate in your Swayamvar? So I have been told. And I have come here. Ram waited for her to continue. How good are you with a bow and arrow? Asked Sita. Ram allowed himself a faint smile. Sita raised her eyebrows. That good. Sita arose from her chair, as did Ram. The Prime Minister of Mithila folded her hands into a namaste. May Lord Rudra continue to bless you, Prince. Ram returned Sita's namaste, and may we bless you, Princess. Ram's eyes fell on a bracelet made of Rudra's beads that Sita wore on her wrist. She was a fellow Lord Rudra devotee. His eyes involuntarily strayed from the beads to her perfectly formed artistically long fingers. They could have belonged to a surgeon. The battle scar on her left hand suggested, though, the Sita's hands used tools other than scalpels. Prince Ram, said Sita, I asked. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Asked Ram, focusing on the here and now on what Sita was saying. Can I meet with you and your brother in the private royal garden tomorrow? Yes, of course. Good, said Sita as she turned to leave. Then she stopped as if remembering something. She reached into the pouch tied to her wristband and pulled out a red thread. It would be nice if you could wear this. It's for good luck. It is a representation of. But Ram's attention was seized by another thought. His mind wandering once again, drowning out what Sita was saying. He remembered a couplet one he had heard at wedding ceremony in Ram-3. Mangalyatn Mane Bhav Jivan Na Hetu Mai, a line from Old Sanskrit. It translated into with this holy thread that I offer to you. Please become the purpose of my life. Prince Ram, said Sita loudly. Ram suddenly straightened up as the wedding hymn, still playing in his mind, went silent. I'm sorry, what? Sita smiled politely. I was saying she stopped just as suddenly. Never mind. I will leave the thread here. Please bear it is if it pleases you. Placing the thread on the table, Sita began to climb up the stairs. As she reached the door, she turned around for a last look. Ram was holding the thread in the palm of his right hand, gazing at it reverently, as if it was the most sacred thing in the world. The city of Mithra became increasingly more visually appealing as one moved beyond the main market to the enclaves of the upper classes. This was where Ram and Lakshman had decided to walk. Late the following evening, it's pretty, isn't Dada? Remarked Lakshman. As he, as he looked around in appreciation, Ram had been nothing, noting the sudden change in Lakshman's attitude towards Mithila. Since the previous day, the road they were on was relatively broad, but meandering much like village roads. Trees and flowers gates lined dividers made of stone and mortar, around 3 to 4 feet in height. Beyond the road edge were an array of trees, gardens, and the stately mansions of the wealthy idol. Idols of the various personal and family deities were placed above the boundary walls of the mansion. Incense sticks and fresh flowers were placed as offerings to the deities, indicating the spiritual inclinations of the cities. Mithra was a vision of the divine. Here we are, pointed Lakshman. Ram followed his brother into a narrow circuitous lane on the right. The side walls being higher, it was difficult to see what lay beyond. Should we just jump over? Asked Lakshman, grinning mischievously. Ram frowned at him and continued walking. A few meters ahead lay an ornate wrought iron gate. Two soldiers stood at the entrance. We have come to meet the Prime Minister, said Lakshman, handing over a ring that has been given to him by Samich. The guard examined the ring, was seemingly satisfied, and signaled to the other to help him open the gates. Ram and Lakshman quickly walked into the resplendent garden. Unlike the royal gardens of Ayodhya, this one was less variegated. It only contained local trees, plants, and flower beds. It was a garden whose beauty could be attributed more to the ministration of talented gardeners than to the impressive infusions of fun. The layout was symmetrical and well manicured. The thick green carpet of grass was thrown into visual relief by the profusion of flowers and trees of all shapes and colors. Nature expressed itself in altered harmony. Prince Ram, Samiji walked up to them From the shadows behind a tree, she bowed low with a respectful namaste. Namaste, said Ram. As he folded his hands together, Lakshman too returned Samichi's greeting and then handed the ring back to her. The guards recognized your mark. As they stood, said the police chief, before turning to Ram. Princess Sita and Urmila await you. Follow me, princess. Lakshman beamed with delight as he followed Ram and Samichi. Ram and Lakshman were led into a clearing at the back of the garden. Below their feet was lush grass. Above them, the open evening sky. Namaste, princess, said Ram to Sita. Namaste, prince, replied Sita before turning to her sister. May I introduce my younger brother Urmila? A younger sister Urmila, gesturing towards Ram and Lakshman. Sita continued, Urmila meet Prince Ram and Prince Lakshman of Ayodhya. I had occasion to meet her yesterday, said Lakshman, grinning from ear to ear. Urmila smiled politely at Lakshman, with her hands folded in a namaste. Then turned towards Ram and greeted him. I would like to speak with the princess privately once again. And Prince privately once again, said she. Of course, said Samichi immediately. May I have a private word before that? Samichi took Sita aside and whispered in her ear. Then she cast a quick look at Ram before walking away, leading Urmila by the hand. Lakshman followed Urmila. Ram felt as if his interview from yesterday would proceed from where they had left off. Why did you want to meet me, princess? Sita made sure that Samichi and the rest had indeed left. She was about to begin when her eyes fell on the red thread tied around Ram's right wrist. She smiled. Please give me a minute, prince. Sita went behind her and picked up a very long package covered in wood. She walked back to Ram. He frowned into view. Sita pulled the cloth back to reveal an intricately carved, unusually long bow. And, excuse sight, piece of beef panari. It was a composite bow with recurved ends, which must give it a very long range. Ram carefully examined the carving on the inside face of the limbs, both above and below the grip of the bow. It was the image of a flame, representative of Agni, the god of fire. The first hymn of the first chapter of the Rig Veda was dedicated to the deeply revered deity. However, the shape of this particular flame seemed familiar to Ram in the way its edges leaped out. Sita pulled a flat wooden base platform out of the cloth bag and placed it on the ground ceremonially. She looked up at Ram. This bow cannot be allowed to touch the ground. Ram frowned, wondering what made it so important. Sita placed the lower limb of the bow on the platform, steadying it with her foot. She used her right hand to pull down the other end with force, judging by the strain on her shoulder and biceps. Ram knew it was a very strong bow with tremendous resistance. With her left hand, Sita pulled the bow string up and quickly strung it. She let the upper limb extend up and relaxed as she let out a long breath. The mighty bow adjusted to the constraints of the potent bow string. She held the bow with her left hand and pulled the bow string with her fingers, letting it go with a loud clang. Ram knew from the sound of the string that this bow was special. It was the strongest he had ever heard. Wow, that's a good bow. It's the best. Is it yours? I cannot own a bow like this. I'm only its caretaker for now. When I die, someone else will be deputed to take care of it. Ram narrowed his eyes as he closely examined the image of the flames around the grip of the bow. These flames look a little. Peter interrupted him. This bow once belonged to the one whom we both pursue. It will belongs to me. Ram stared at the bow with a mixture of shock and awe. His suspicion confirmed. Peter smiled. Yes, it is the Pinak. The Pinak was the legendary bow of the previous Mahadev, Lord Buddha. Considered the strongest bow ever made. Reason held it was a composite, a mix of many materials, which had been given a succession of specific treatments to arrest its degeneration. It was also believed that maintaining this bow was not an easy task. The grip, the limbs and the recurved end needed regular lubrication with special oil. Sita was obviously up to the task, for the bow was as good as new. How did Mithra come into the possession of the pinna? Asked Ram, unable to take his eyes off the beautiful beetle. It's a long story, said Sita, but I want you to practice with it. This is the bow which will be used for the Swayamvar competition tomorrow. Ram took an involuntary step back. There were many ways in which a Swayamvar was conducted, two of them being either the bride could directly select her groom or she could mandate a competition. The winner would marry the bride, but this was unorthodox, to say the least, for a groom to be given advance notice and help. In fact, it was against the rules. Ram shook his head. It would be an honor to even touch the pinna, much less hold the bow that Lord Rudra himself finished with his touch. But I will only do so tomorrow, not you. Sita frowned. I thought you intended to win my hand. I do, but I will win it the right way. I will win according to the rules. Sita smiled, shaking her head as she experienced a peculiar sense of fear mixed with elation. Do you disagree? Asked Ram, seeming a bit disappointed. No, I don't. I'm just impressed. You are a special man, Prince Ram. Ram blushed. His heart, despite his mental admonishments, picked up back once again. I look forward to seeing you fire an arrow tomorrow morning, said Sita. Chapter 23. The Swayamvar was held in the hall of Dharma instead of the royal court. This was simply because the royal court was not the biggest hall in the Mithra, the main building in the palace complex, which housed the hall of Dharma, had been donated by King Janak to the Mithila University. The hall hosted regular debates and discussions on various esoteric topics: the nature of Dharma, Karma's interaction with Dharma, the nature of the divine, the purpose of the human journey. King Janak was a philosopher king who focused all his kingdom's resources on matters that were spiritual and intellectual. The hall of Dharma was in a circular building, built of stone and mortar, where in India the delicate elegance of the dome was believed to represent the feminine, while the typical temple spire represented the masculine. The hall of the Dharma embodied King Janak's approach to governance, an intellectual love of wisdom, and respectful equality accorded to all points of view. The hall therefore was circular, all VCs sat as equals, without a moderating head, debating issues openly and without fear. Freedom of expression at its zenith. However, today was different. There were no manuscripts lying on low tables or receipts moving to the center in a disciplined sequence to deliver speeches or debate their points. The hall of Dharma was set to host a Swayamvar. Temporary, three-tiered spectacle stands stood near the entrance. At the other end, on a wooden platform, was placed the king's throne, a statue of the great king Mithi, the founder of Mithila. stood on a raised pedestal behind the throne. Two thrones only marginally less grand, but placed to the left and right of the king's throne. A circle of the comfortable seats lined the middle section of the great hall, where kings and princes, the potential shooters, would sit. The spectacle stands were already packed when Ram and Lakshman were led in by Aristonemi. Most contestants too had taken their seats. Not many recognized the two princes of Ayodhya, dressed as they were as hermits. A guard gestured for them to move towards the base platform of a three-tiered stand occupied by the nobility and rich merchants of Mithila. Aristonemi informed the guard that he accompanied a competitor. The guard was surprised, but he did recognize Aristonemi, the lieutenant of the great Vishwamitra, and stepped aside to let them proceed. After all, it would not be unusual for the devout King Janak to invite even Brahmin VCs, not just Kshatriya kings, for his daughters Swayamvar. The walls of the Hall of Dharma were decorated by portraits of the great VCs and Visikas of time past. Maharshi Satyakam, Maharshi Yajnavalkya, Maharshi Gargi, Maharshika Gargi, and Maharishika Maitreyi, among others. Ram mused, how unworthy are we, the descendants of these great ancestors. Maharishikas Gargi and Maitreyi were Risikas, and today there are fools who claim that women are not to be allowed to study the scriptures or to write new ones. Maharishi Satyakam was the son of a Sudra single mother. His profound knowledge and wisdom is recorded in our greatest Upanishads, and today there are bigots who claim that the Sudra born cannot become disease. Ram bowed his head and brought his hands together, paying obeisance to the great sages of yore. A person becomes Brahmin by karma, not by birth. Dada, said Lakshman, touching Ram's back. Ram followed Aristonemi to the allotted seat. He seated himself as Lakshman and Aristonemi stood behind him, all eyes turned to them. The contestant wondered who these simple mendicants were, who hoped to compete with them for Princess Sita's hand. A few, though, recognized the princess of Ayodhya. A conspiratorial buzz was heard from a section of the contestants. Why does Ayodhya want an alliance with Mithila? Ram, however, was oblivious to the stares and whispers of the assembly. He had eyes only for the center of the hall, placed ceremonially on a tabletop was the bow. Next to the table, at ground level, was a large copper-plated basin. Ram's eyes first lingered on the pinnacle. It was unstrung. An array of arrows was placed by the side of the bow. Competitors were first required to pick up the bow and string it, which itself was no mean task, but it was then that the challenge truly began. The contestant would move to the copper-plated basin. It was filled with water, with additional drops trickling in steadily from the rim of the basin, attached to which was a thin tube. Excess water was drained out of the basin by another thin tube attached to the other side. This created subtle ripples within the bowl, which spread out from the center towards the edge. Agonizingly, the drops of water was released at irregular intervals, making the ripples in turn unpredictable. A hilsa fish was nailed to a wheel, fixed to an axle that was suspended from the top of the dome, 100 meters above the ground. The wheel thankfully revolved at a constant speed. The contestants were required to look at the reflection of the fish in the unstill water below, disturbed by ripples generated at irregular intervals, and use the pinnacle bow to fire an arrow into the eye of the fish, fixed on the revolving wheel high above them. The first to succeed would win the hand of the bride. This is too simple for you, Dada, said Lakshman, mischievously. Should I ask them to make the wheel revolve at irregular intervals too, or twist the feather fletching on the arrow? What do you think? Ram looked up at Lakshman, narrowed his eyes, and glared at his brother. Lakshman grinned. Sorry, Dada. He stepped back as the king was announced. The lord of the mythic reign, the wisest of the wise, beloved of the rishis, King Janak. The court arose to welcome their host, Janak, the king of Mithila. He walked in from the far end of the hall. Interestingly, a deviation from tradition, he followed Viswamitra, who was in the lead. Behind Janak was his younger brother, Kushadhwaj, the king of Sankasya. Even more interestingly, Janak requested Viswamitra to occupy the throne of Mithila as he moved towards a smaller throne to the right. Kushadhwaj walked towards the seat on the left of the great Maharishi. A flurry of officers scattered all over the place, for this was an unexpected breach of protocol. A loud buzz ran through the hall at this unorthodox seating arrangement, but Ram was intrigued by something else. He turned towards Lakshman, seated behind him. His younger brother verbalized Ram's thought. Where is Ravan? The court cried, banged his staff against the large bell at the entrance of the hall, signaling a call for silence. Viswamitra cleared his throat and spoke loudly. The superb acoustics of the hall of Dharma carried his voice clearly to all those present. Welcome to this august gathering, called by the wisest and most spiritual of rulers in India, King Janak. Janak smiled genuinely. Viswamitra continued. The princess of Mithila, Sita, had decided to make this a Gupta Swayamvar. She will not join us in the hall. The great kings and princes will, on her bidding, compete. The Maharishi was interrupted by the ear-splitting sounds of numerous conch shells. Surprising, for conch shells were usually melodious and pleasant. Everyone turned to the source of the sound, the entrance of the great hall. 15 tall, muscular warriors strode into the room bearing black flags with the image of the head of a roaring lion, emerging from a profusion of fiery flames. The warriors marched with splendid discipline. Behind them were two formidable men. One was a giant, even taller than Lakshman. He was corpulent but muscular, with a massive portfolio that jiggled with every step. His whole body was unusually hirsute. He looked more like a bear than human. Most troubling for all those present were the strange outgrowths on his ears and shoulders. He was a Naga. Ram recognized him as the first to have emerged from the Pushpak Viman. Walking proudly beside him was Ravan, his head high. He moved with a minor stoop, perhaps a sign of increasing age. The two men were followed by 15 more warriors, or more correctly, bodyguards. Ravan's entourage moved to the center and halted next to the bow of the Lord Rudra. The lead bodyguard made a loud announcement. The king of kings, the emperor of emperors, the ruler of the three worlds, the beloved of the god, Lord Ravan. Ravan turned towards a minor king who sat closest to the pinnacle. He made a soft grunting sound and flickered his head to the right, a casual gesture which clearly communicated what we expected. The king immediately rose and scurried away, coming to a standstill behind another competitor. Ravan walked to the chair but did not sit. He placed his right foot on the seat and rested his hand on his knee. His bodyguards, including the giant bear man, fell in line behind him. Ravan finally cast a usual glance at Vishwamitra. Continue, great Malaputra. Vishwamitra, the chief of Malaputras, was furious. He had never been treated so disrespectfully. Ravan, he growled. Ravan stared at Vishwamitra with ragey arrogance. Vishwamitra managed to rein in his temper. He had an important task at hand. He would deal with Ravan later. Princess Sita had decreed the sequence in which the great kings and princes will compete. Ravan began to walk towards the pinnacle while Vishwamitra was still speaking. The chief of Malaputras completed his announcement just as Ravan was about to reach for the bow. The first man to compete is not you, Ravan, it is Ram, the prince of Ayodhya. Ravan's hand stopped a few inches from the bow. He looked at Vishwamitra and then turned around to see who had responded to the sage. He saw a young man dressed in the simple white clothes of a hermit. Behind him stood another young, though gigantic man, next to whom was Aristonemi. Ravan glared first at Aristonemi and then at Ram. If looks could kill, Ravan would have certainly felt a few today. He turned towards Vishwamitra, Janak and Kusodhaj. His fingers wrapped around the macabre finger bone pendant that hung around his neck. He growled in a loud and booming voice, I have been insulted. Ram noticed that the giant bear man who stood behind Ravan's chair was shaking his head imperceptibly, seemingly viewing being there. Why was I invited at all if you plan to make unskilled boys compete ahead of me? Ravan's body shook with fury. Janak looked at Kusdhwaj with irritation before turning to Ravan and interjecting weakly, There are the rules of Swayamvar, great king of Lanka. A voice that sounded more like the rumble of thunder was finally heard. It was a giant bear man. Enough of this nonsense. He turned toward Ravan. Dada, let's go. Ravan suddenly bent and picked up the pinnacle before anyone could react. He had strung it and knocked an arrow on the string. Everyone sat paralyzed as Ravan pointed the arrow directly at Vishwamitra. Lakshman was forced to acknowledge the strength as well as the skill of this man. The crowd gasped collectively in horror as Vishwamitra stood up, threw his angavastram aside, and banged his chest with his closed fist. Shoot Ravan! Ram was stunned by the warrior-like behavior of this Risi. Raw courage in a man of knowledge was a rarity, but then Vishwamitra had been a warrior once. The sage voice resounded in the great hall. Come on, shoot, if you have the guts. Ravan released the arrow. It slammed into the statue of Mithi, behind Vishwamitra, breaking off the nose of the ancient king. Ram stared at Ravan. His fists were uncharacteristically clenched. This insult to the founder of the city was not challenged by a single Mithian. Ravan dismissed King Chana with a wave of his hand as he glared at King Kusdhwaj. He threw the bow on the table and began to walk toward the door, followed by his guards. In all this commotion, the giant bear man stepped up to the table, unstrung the pinnacle, and reverently brought it to his head as he held it with both hands, almost like he was apologizing to the bow. He turned around and briskly walked out of the room behind Ram. Ram's eyes remained pinned on him till he left the room. As the last of the Lankans exited, the people within the hall turned in unison from the doorway to those seated at the other end of the room. Vishwamitra, Janak and Kustas, what are they going to do now? Vishwamitra spoke as if nothing had happened. Let the competition begin. The people in the room sat still, as if they had turned to stone and massive. Vishwamitra spoke once again, louder this time. Let the competition begin. Prince Ram, please stand up. Ram rose from his chair and walked up to the pinnacle. He bowed his reverence, folded his hands together into a namaste, and softly repeated an ancient chant, Om Rudraya Namah. The universe bows to Lord Rudra. I bow to Lord Rudra. He raised his right wrist and touched both his eyes with the great thread tied around it. He felt a charge run through his body as he touched the bow. Was this his devotion towards Lord Rudra, or did the bow unselfishly transmit its accumulated power to the Prince of Ayodhya? Those seeking only factual knowledge would analyze what happened. Those in love with wisdom would simply enjoy the moment. Ram savored the moment as he touched the bow again. He then brought his head down and placed it on the bow. He asked to be blessed. He breathed steadily as he lifted the bow with ease. Sita, hidden behind the latticed window next to Kustas, looked at Ram intently with bated breath. Ram placed one arm of the bow on a wooden stand placed on the ground. His shoulders back and arms strained visibly as he pulled down the upper limb of the pinnacle, simultaneously pulling up the bowstring. His body labored at the task, but his face remained serene. He bent the upper limb further with a slight increase in effort as he tied the bowstring. His muscles relaxed as he let go of the upper limb and held the bow at the grip. He brought the bowstring close to his ear and plucked. The twang was perfect. He picked up an arrow and walked to the copper-plated basin with deliberate, unhurried footsteps. He bent down on one knee, held the bow horizontally above his head, and looked down at the water, at the reflection of the fish that moved in a circle above him. The rippling water in the basin danced as if to tantalize his mind. Ram focused on the image of the fish to the exclusion of all else. He knocked the arrow on the string of the bow and pulled slowly with his right hand. His back erect, the core muscles activated with ideal tension. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, as was his consciousness. So was the response from the universe. He handed himself over to a higher force as he pulled the string away the way back and released the arrow. It sort of, as did the vision of each person in the room, the unmistakable sound of a furiously speeding arrow crashing into wood reverberated in the great hall. It had pierced the right eye of the fish and lodged itself into the wooden wheel. The wheel swelled rhythmically as the shaft of the arrow drew circles in the air. Ram's mind regained its awareness of the surroundings as his eyes continued to study the rippling water. He smiled, not because he had hit the target. He had, in fact, earned a sense of completion of his being. With that thought, from this moment he was no longer alone. He whispered in the confines of his mind, a tribute to the woman he admired. Lord Rudra had said the same words to the Lady Mohini, the woman he loved, many, many centuries ago. I have become alive. You have made me alive. Chapter 24. The wedding was a simple set of solemn rituals, observed in the afternoon of the day that Ram bore the Swayamvar. To Ram's surprise, Sita had suggested that Lakshman and Urmila get married in the same auspicious hour of the day. To Ram's further disbelief, Lakshman had enthusiastically agreed. It was decided that while both the couples would be married in Mithila, to allow Sita and Urmila to travel with Ram and Lakshman to Ayodhya. A set of grand ceremonies would be held in Ayodhya as well, once befitted the scions of the clan of Raghu. Sita and Ram were alone at last. They sat on floor cushions in the dining hall, their dinner placed on a low stool. It was late in the evening, the sixth hour of the third hour. Despite the fact that their relationship had been sanctified by Dharma a few hours earlier, there was an awkwardness that underlined their ignorance of each other's personalities. Said Ram as he stared at his plate. Yes, Ram, asked Sita. Is there a problem? I'm sorry, but the food, is it not to your likings? No, it's good. It's very good. But, yes, it needs a bit of salt. Sita immediately pushed her plate aside, rose and grabbed her hands. An attendant came rushing in. Get some salt for the prince, please. As the attendant turned, Sita ordered with emphasis. Quickly. The attendant broke into a run. Ram cleaned his hand with a napkin as he waited for the salt. I'm sorry to trouble you. Sita frowned as she resumed her seat. I'm your wife. Ram, it's my duty to take care of you. Ram smiled. May I ask you something? Of course. Tell me something about your childhood. You mean before I was adopted? You do know that I was adopted, right? Yes, I mean. You don't have to talk about it if it troubles you. Sita smiled. No, it does not trouble me, but I don't remember anything. I was too young when I was found by adoptive parents, Ram noted. Sita answered the question that she thought was on his mind. So if you ask me who my birth parents are, the short answer is that I don't know, but the one I prefer is that I am a daughter of the earth. Birth is completely unimportant. It is just a means of entry into this world of action, into the karma bhumi. Karma is all that matters, and your karma is divine. Sita smiled. Ram was about to say something when the attendant came rushing in with the salt. Ram added some to his food and resumed eating as the attendant retreated from the room. You were saying something, said Sita. Yes, said Ram. I think that Ram was interrupted again, this time by the doorkeeper, announcing loudly, the chief of the Malaputras, the Saptavisi Uttaradhikari, the protector of the way of Vishnu's Maharishi Vishwamitra. Sita frowned and looked at Ram. Ram shrugged, clearly conveying he did not know what this visit was about. Ram and Sita rose as Vishwamitra entered the room, followed by Aristonemi. Sita gestured to her attendant to get some washing bowls for Ram and herself. We have a problem, said Vishwamitra, not feeling the need to exchange pleasantries. What happened, Guruji? Asked Ram. Ravan is mobilizing for an attack. Ram frowned, but he does not have an army. What's he going to do with 10,000 bodyguards? He can't hold a city of even Mitra's size with that number. All he will achieve is getting his men killed in battle. Ravan is not a logical man, proffered Vishwamitra. His ego is hurt. He may lose his bodyguard corps, but he will wreak havoc on Mithila. Ram looked at Sita, who shook her head with irritation and addressed Vishwamitra. Why in Lord Rudra's name was that demon invited for the Swayamvar? I know it was not my father. Vishwamitra took a deep breath as his eyes softened. That's water under the bridge, Sita. The question is, what are we going to do now? What is your plan, Guruji? I have with me some important material that was mined at my ashram by the Ganga. I needed it to conduct a few science experiments at Agastyakutam. This was why I had visited my ashram. Agastyakutam was the capital of the Malayaputrans, deep in the south of India, beyond the Narmada river. In fact, it was very close to Lanka itself. Science experiments? Asked Ram. Yes, experiments with the Devi Astras. Sita drew a sharp breath, for she knew the power and ferocity of the divine weapons. Guruji, are you suggesting that we use Devi Astras? Vishwamitra nodded in confirmation as Ram spoke. But that will destroy Mithra as well. No, it won't. This is not a traditional Devi Astra. What I have is the Asurastra. Isn't that a biological weapon? Asked Ram, deeply troubled now. Yes, poisonous gas and a blast wave from the Asurastra will incapacitate the Lankans, paralyzing them for days on end. We can easily imprison them in that state and end this problem. Just paralyze, Guruji, asked Ram. I have learned that in large quantities the Asurastra can kill as well. Vishwamitra knew that only one man could have possibly taught this to Ram. None of the other Devi Astra experts had ever met this young man. He was immediately irritated. Do you have any better ideas? Ram fell silent. But what about Lord Rudra's role? Asked Sita. Lord Rudra, the previous Mahadev who was the destroyer of evil, had banned the unauthorized use of Devi Astras many centuries ago. Practically everyone obeyed this dictate from the fearsome Lord Rudra. Those who broke the law he had decreed would be punished with banishment for 14 years. Breaking the law for the second time would be punishable by death. I don't think that law applies to the use of asuras, said Vishwamitra. It is not a weapon of mass destruction, just mass incapacitation. Sita narrowed her eyes. Clearly she was not convinced. I disagree. A Devias is a Devias. We cannot use it without the authorization of the Vayuputras. Lord Rudra's pride. I am a Lord Rudra devotee. I will not break this law. Do you want to surrender then? Of course not. We will fight. Vishwamitra laughed derisively. Fight, is it? And who, please, explain the fight Ravan's hordes, the namby-pamby intellectuals of Mithra? What is the plan? Debate the Lankans to death. We have our police force, said Sita quietly. They are not trained or equipped to fight the troops of Ravan. We are not fighting his troops. We are fighting his bodyguard platoons. My police force is enough for them. They are not, and you know that. We will not use the Devias, the Guruji said Sita firmly, her face hardening. Ram spoke up. Samichi's police force is not alone. Lakshman and I are here, and so are the Malayaputra. We are inside the fort. We have the double walls. We have the lake surrounding the city. We can hold Mithra. We can fight. Vishwamitra turned to Ram with a sneer. Nonsense. We are vastly outnumbered. The double walls. He snorted with disgust. It seems clever, but how long do you think it will take a warrior of Ravan's caliber to figure out a strategy that works around that obstacle? We will not use the Devias, Guruji said Sita, raising her voice. Now if you will excuse me, I have a battle to prepare for. It was late at night, the fourth hour of the fourth hour. Ram and Sita had been joined by Lakshman and Samichi on top of the bee's quarter, close to the inner wall edge. The entire beef quarter complex had been evacuated as a precautionary step. The pontoon bridge that spanned the moat-like lake had been destroyed. Mithra had a force of 4,000 policemen and policewomen, enough to maintain law and order for the 100,000 citizens of the small kingdom, notwithstanding the strategic advantage of the double walls. Would they be able to thwart an attack from the Lankan bodyguards of Ravan? They were outnumbered, few to two. Ram and Sita had abandoned any plans of securing the outer wall. They wanted Ravan and his soldiers to scale it and launch an assault on the inner walls. The Lankans would then be trapped between the two walls, which the Mithilan arrows would convert into a killing field. They expected a volley of arrows from the other side, in preparation for which the police had been asked to carry their wooden shields, normally used for crowd control within Mithra. Lakshman had taught them some basic maneuvers with which they could protect themselves from the arrow. Where are the Malayaputras? Lakshman asked Ram. The Malayaputras had, much to Ram's surprise, not come to the battlefront. Ram whispered, I think it's just us. Lakshman shook his head and said, cowards. Look, said Samichi. Sita and Lakshman looked in the direction that Samichi had pointed. Ram, on the other side, was drawn to something else, a hint of nervousness in Samichi's voice. Unlike Sita, she appeared troubled. Perhaps she was not as brave as Sita believed her to be. Ram turned his attention to the enemy. Torches lined the other side of the moat lake that surrounded the outer wall of Mithra. Ravan's bodyguard had worked feverishly through the evening, chopping down trees from the forest and building rowboats to carry them across the lake. Even as they watched, the Lankans began to push their boats into the moat lake. The assault on Mithra was being launched. It's time, said Sita. Yes, said Ram. We have maybe another half hour before they hit our outer wall. Conch shell resounded through the night, by now recognized as the signature sound of Ravan and his men as they watched in the light of the flickering flames of torches. The Lankans propped giant ladders against the outer walls of Mithra. They are here, said Ram. Messages were relayed quickly down the line to the Mithra police soldiers. Ram expected a shower of arrows now from Ravan's archers. The Lankans would fire their arrows only as long as their soldiers were outside the outer wall. The shooting would stop the moment the Lankans climbed over. The archers would not risk hitting their own men. A loud whoosh, like the sudden onrush of a gale, heralded the release of the arrows. Shields, shouted Sita. The Mithilan immediately raised their shields, ready for the Lankan arrows that were about to rain down on them. But Ram was perturbed. Something about the sound troubled him. It was much stronger than the sound of 1,000 arrows being fired. It sounded like something much bigger. He was right. Huge missiles rammed through the Mithilan defenses with massive force. Desperate cries of agony mixed with sickening thuds as seeds were ripped through and many in the Mithilan ranks were brought down in a flash. What is that? Screamed Lakshman, hiding behind his shield. Ram's wooden shield snapped into two pieces as a missile tore through it like a knife through butter. It missed him by a hair's spears. Their wooden shields were a protection against arrows, not lance spears. How in Lord Rudra's name are they throwing spears over this distance? It's impossible. The first volley was over and Ram knew they had but a few minutes of respite before the next. He looked around him. Lord Rudra, be merciful. The destruction was severe. At least a quarter of the Mithrans were either dead or severely injured, impaired on spears that had brutally ripped through their seats and bodies. Ram looked at Sita as he commanded. Another volley will be fired any moment. Into the houses. Into the houses, shouted Sita. Into the houses, repeated the lieutenants as everybody ran towards the door, lifted them and jumped in. It was one of the most disorganized retreats ever seen, but it was effective. In a few minutes, practically every surviving Mithran police soldiers had jumped to safety within the houses. As the doors closed, the volley of spears resumed on the roofs of the bees' quarter. A few stragglers were kicked as the rest made it to safety for now. Lakshman did not say anything as he looked at Ram, but his eyes sent out a clear message. This is a disaster. What now? Ram asked Sita. Ravan's soldiers must be scaling the outer walls. They will be upon us soon. There is no one to stop them. Sita was breath hard, her eyes gleaming like that of a cornered tiger's, anger bursting through every pore. Samichi stood behind her princess, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Sita prompted Ram. Sita's eyes suddenly opened wide. The windows. What? Asked Samichi, surprised by her prime minister. Sita immediately gathered her lieutenants around her. She ordered them to get the surviving Mithras to break the wood panel sealed windows of the houses in the bees' quarters, the ones that shared the inner walls, or opened into the narrow gaps between some of the houses, like the houses. He pulled back his arm, flexed his muscles, and punched hard at the boat, smashing the barricade with one mighty blow. The houses in this section of the bees' quarters were internally connected through corridors. The masses traveled rapidly. Within moments, the Mithran smashed open the sealed windows and fired arrows at the Lankans. Caught between the outer and inner walls, the Lankans and expected no resistance. They were effectively caught off guard, and arrows threaded through their lines. The losses were heavy. Mithran fired arrows without reptile, killing many of the Lankans well as they could, slowing the charge dramatically. Suddenly the conch shell sounded, but this time they played a different tune. The Lankans immediately turned and ran, retreating as rapidly as they had arrived. A loud cheer went up from the Mithran quarters. They had beaten back the first attack. Ram, Sita and Lakshman stood on the roof of the bees' quarters as dawn broke through. The gentle rays of the sun threw into poignant contrast the harsh devastation of the Lankan spears. The damage was heart-rending. Sita stared at the mutilated bodies of the Mithrans strewn all around her, heads hanging by a sinew to bodies, some with their guts spilled out, many simply impaled on spears, having bled to death. At last, 1,000 of my soldiers. We too have hit them hard, Bhavi, said Lakshman to his sister-in-law. There are at least 1,000 dead Lankans lying between the inner and the outer wall. Sita looked at Lakshman, her usually limpid eyes now brimming with tears. Yes, but they had 9,000 left. We have only 3,000. Ram surveyed the Lankan camp on the other side of the moat Hospital tents had been set up to tend to the injured. Many Lankas, though, were furious at work, hacking trees and pushing the forest land farther with mathematical precision. Clearly, they did not intend to retreat. They will be better prepared next time, said Ram, if they manage to scale the inner wall. It's over. Sita placed her hand on Ram's shoulder and sighed as she stared at the ground. Ram found himself being momentarily distracted by her nearness. He looked at Sita's hands on his shoulder, then closed his eyes. He had to focus, teach his mind to relearn the art of mastering his emotions. Sita turned around and looked towards her city. Her eyes rested on the steeple of the massive temple dedicated to Lord Rudra, which loomed beyond the garden of the beast quarter. Fierce determination blazed from her eyes, resolve pouring steel into her veins. It's not over yet. I will call upon the citizens to join me. Even if my pupils stand here with kitchen knives, we will outnumber the Lankan scum 10 to 1. We can fight them. Ram could not bring himself to share her confidence. Sita nodded like she had made up her mind and rushed away, signaling other Mithrians to follow. Chapter 25. Where have you been, Guruji? Asked Ram in a polite voice that belied the fury that defined his stony face and rigid body. Vishwamitra had finally arrived in the 5th hour of the first Pahar. The early morning light sharply outlined the frenetic activity in the Lankan camp. Sita was still trying to rally a citizen army. Aristonemi stood at a distance, strangely choosing to remain out of earshot. Where were the Malay perverts, actually? Good Lakshman, who did not feel the need for any attempt at politeness. Vishwamitra cast Lakshman a withering look before addressing Ram. Someone has to be the adult here and do what must be done. Ram frowned. Come with me, said Vishwamitra. In a hidden section of the roof of B's quarter, far from the scene of the Lankan attack, Ram finally confronted what the Malay Putras had been busy with all night, the Asurastra. A simple weapon to configure. It has still taken a long time to set up. Vishwamitra and his Malay Putras had worked through the night in minimal light. The missile and its launch stand were finally assembled and ready. The stand was a little taller than Lakshman and was made of wood. The outer body of the missile was made of lead, its components along with the core material that had been mined at the Ganga ashram had been brought along by Vishwamitra and his party to Mithila. The core material was now loaded in the detonation chamber. The missile was ready, but Ram was unsure. He looked across the outer walls. The Lankan were hard at work, clearing the forest. They were building something. What are those people doing at the far end of the forest line? Asked Lakshman. Look closely, said Vishwamitra. A group of Lankans were working with planks fashioned from the trees that had been cut. At first, Lakshman thought they were building boats, but a careful examination proved him wrong. They were linking these planks into giant rectangular shields with sturdy handles on the sides as well as at the base end. Each shield was capable of protecting 20 men if they were lined up two abreast. Tortoise shields, said Ram. Yes, said Vishwamitra. They will return once they build enough of these. They will break the outer wall without any resistance from us. Why scale it? They will move towards our inner wall, protected by their tortoise shields. Successive waves of attacks will reach our walls. You know what will be done to the city. Even the rats will not be spared. Ram stood quietly. He knew that Biswamitra was right. They could see that 15 or 20 of these massive seeds were already ready. The Lankans had worked at a prodigious pace. An attack was imminent, probably as early as tonight. Mithra would certainly not be ready. You need to understand that firing the Suras is the only solution available, said Biswamitra. Fire it right now, when they are still not ready and are farthest away from the city. Once they launch the attack and breach the outer wall, we will not be able to do even this without risking Mithra. The detonation would be too close. Ram stared at the Lankans. This is the only way? Why don't you fire the weapon, Guruji? Asked Lakshman, sarcasm dripping from his voice. I am a Malay Putra, the leader of the Malay Putras, said Biswamitra. The Vayu Putras and Malay Putras work in partnership, just as the Vishnus and the Mahadevas did over millennia. I cannot break the Vayu Putra law, but my brother choosing to do so is okay. You can also choose to die. That option is always available, Biswamitra said caustically. Then he turned and spoke to Ram directly. So what will it be, Ram? Ram turned around and looked in the direction of the Mithra palace, where Sita was probably trying desperately to convince her reluctant citizens to fight. Biswamitra stepped close to the Prince of Ayodhya. Ram, Ravan, will probably torture and kill every single person in this city. The lives of 100,000 Mithrans are at stake. Your wife's life is at stake. Will you, as a husband, protect your wife or not? Will you take a sin upon your soul for the good of the others? What does your dharma say? I will do it for Sita. We will warn them first, said Ram. Give them a chance to retreat. I have been told that even the Asuras follow this protocol before firing any Devi Astra. Fine. And if they don't heed our warning, said Ram, his fingers wrapping themselves around his Rudraksh pendant as if for strength, then I will fire the Asuras. Biswamitra smiled and with satisfaction, as though Ram's compliance was a trophy he had just earned. The giant bear man moved among the men, checking the tortoise seeds. He heard the arrow a second before it slammed into the plank of wood close to his feet. He looked up in surprise. Who in Mithra can fire an arrow that could travel this distance with such unerring accuracy? He stared at the walls. All he could make out were two very tall men standing close to the inner wall, and a third, a trifle shorter. The third man had a bow. He seemed to be staring directly at him. The bear man immediately started to examine the arrow that had buried itself into the tortoise seed. It had a piece of parchment tied around its shaft. He yanked it out and untied the knot. You actually believe they will do this, Kumbhakarna? Asked Ravan, snorting with disgust as he threw the knot. Dada, said the bear man, his voice booming even at lowest amplitude due to his massive vocal cords. If they fire an Asuras, it could be. They don't have an Asuras, interrupted Ravan. They are bluffing. But Dada, the Malay Putras do have. Biswamitra is bluffing, Kumbhakarna. Kumbhakarna fell silent. They have not retreated an inch, said Biswamitra. With urgency, we need to fire the weapon. By the end of the third hour of the second prahar, the sun had risen high enough to afford good visibility. 3 hours earlier, Ram had sought the warning message to the Lankans. It has clearly made no impact. The Malay Putras had already rolled the missile tower to the section of the rooftop that faced the main body of the Lankan troops. We gave them a warning of 1 hour, continued Biswamit. We have waited for 3. They probably think we are bluffing by now. Lakshman looked at Biswamit. Don't you think we should check with Sita Bhavi first? She had clearly said that. Biswamit suddenly interrupted Lakshman. Look. Lakshman and Ram immediately turned in the direction Biswamit had pointed. Are they boarding their boats? They could be testing them, said Lakshman, hoping against hope, in which case we still have some time. Do you think we should take that chance? Ram asked Biswamit. Ram did not move a muscle. We need to fire now, said Biswamit forcefully. Ram lifted his bow from his shoulder, brought it close to his ear, and plugged the bowstring. Perfect. Bravo, said Biswamitra. Lakshman glared at the Maharishi. He touched his brother's shoulder. Dada. Ram turned around and began walking away. Everyone followed him. Most Devi Astras were fired from a distance by shooting a flaming arrow into a target on the launch pad. This protected the pupil, igniting the weapon from getting incinerated in the initial launch explosion of the missile. Only a skilled archer could fire an arrow from a great distance and hit a target that was no larger than a foot. Biswamitra halted Ram when they reached a distance of over 500 meters from the Asuras. Stand. That's enough, Prince of Ayodhya. Arrested Navy handed him an arrow. Ram sniffed its tip. It had been coated with a combustible paste. He examined the fletching and was momentarily surprised. Aristonemi had clearly used one of Ram's own arrows. He did not stop to think too deeply if Aristonemi had learnt Ram's secret of the spinning arrow. This was not the time. He nodded to Aristonemi and faced the missile launch tower. Dada, murmured Lakshman. He was visibly distressed at what he knew would take an immense toll on his law-abiding brother. Step back, Lakshman, said Ram, as he flexed forward to stretch his back. Lakshman, Biswamitra and Aristonemi moved away. Ram slowed down his breathing without forcing. The process it reduced his heart rate in tandem. He stared at the missile launch tower as his mind drowned out the sounds around him. He squeezed his eyes as the rhythm of time slowed down, as if to keep pace with his heartbeats. Everything around him seemed to shift into slow motion. A crow flew over the Asura's tower, flapping its wings as it attempted to fly higher. Ram followed the movement of the crow's wings. It seemed to require less effort for the bird to gain height. It had been beneath its wings. Ram's mind processed this new information. The wind was blowing leftward, close to the tower. He flicked his thumb on the arrow tip, and the flames burst through. He shifted his hand to hold the arrow by its fletching. He knocked it on the bowstring, allowing the shaft to rest between his left thumb and forefinger as his hand gripped the bow firmly. Ram tipped the bow slightly upwards, factoring in the parabolic movement that the arrow would need. Aristonemi knew this was unorthodox. The angle of the arrow was a lot lower than he would have kept, but he was also aware of Ram's immense talent with the bow and arrow, and of course of the brilliant design of the arrow fletching. He did not say a word. Ram took him and focused on the target. It was a pineapple-sized red square, over 500 meters away. The waving windsock next to the target was within his concentration zone. All else faded into nothingness. The sock had been pointing left, but it suddenly drooped completely. The wind had stopped. Ram pulled the string back in that instant, but held steady. His forearm was at a slight angle upwards from the ground. His elbow aligned with the arrow. The weight of the bow transferred to the back muscle. His forearm was rigid, the bow string touching his lips. The bow was stretched to its maximum capacity. The flaming arrowhead now touching his left hand. The windsock remained slumped. Ram released the arrow, flicking the fletching as he did, making the arrow spin rapidly as it sped forward. The spin made it faceless, wind resistance. Astronomy savored the archery skill on display. It was almost poetic. This was why Ram could fire the arrow at a lower height despite the distance. The parabola was sharper as the arrow moved at a faster pace, the spin maintaining its fearsome speed as it tore through the air. Kumbhakarna saw the flaming arrow being released by the archer. His instinct kicked in as he turned around, screaming loudly, "Dada!" He charged towards his brother. Ravan stood at the massive door of the Pushpak Viman. The arrow slammed into the small red square on the Asura's tower, pushing it backwards. Instantly, the fire from the arrow was captured in a receptacle behind the red square, and then it spread rapidly into the fuel chamber that powered the missile. In a flash, the initial launch explosions of the Asuras were heard. A few seconds later, heavy flames gathered near the base of the missile and then rose steadily, picking up back. Kumbhakarna threw his weight on his brother, who went flying backwards into the Pushpak Viman. The Asuras flew in a mighty arc, covering the distance across the walls of Mithra in a few short seconds. None on the roof of the Mithra beast quarter could tear their eyes away from the spectacle. As the missile flew high above the moat lake, there was a small, almost inaudible explosion, like that of a firecracker meant for a child. Lakshman's awe was quickly replaced by disappointment. He frowned. "That's it? Is that the famed Asurastra?" Vishwamitra answered laconically, "Cover your ears." Kumbhakarna meanwhile rose from the floor of the Pushpak Viman even as Ravan lay sprawled inside. He rushed to the door and hit the metallic button on the side wall with his full body weight. The door of the Pushpak Viman began to slide as the bear man watched, straining his muscles as if to land its speed. The Asuras hovered above the Lankans and exploded with an ear-shattering boom that shook the every wall of Mithra. Many Lankan soldiers felt that eardrums burst, sucking the air from their mouths, but this was only a prelude to the devastation that would follow. Even as an eerie silence followed the explosion, the spectator on the Mithra rooftop saw a bright green flash of light emerge from where the missile had splintered. It burst with furious intensity as it hit the Lankans below like a flash of lightning. They stayed rooted, stunned into a temporary paralytic immobility. Fragments of the exploded missile showered on them mercilessly. Kumbhakarna saw the flash of green light as the door of the Pushpak Viman slid shut, even as the door sealed and locked automatically, saving those inside the flying vehicle from any further damage by the Asuras. Kumbhakarna collapsed, unconscious. Ravan rushed to his younger brother, screaming loudly. "By the great Lord Rudra," whispered Lakshman, cold fear having gripped his heart. He looked at his brother, similarly staggered by what he was witnessing. "It's not over," warned Vishwamitra. A dreadful hissing sound became suddenly audible, like the battle cry of a gigantic snake. Simultaneously, the fragment of the Asurastra missile that had fallen to the ground emitted demonic clouds of green gas, which spread like a shroud over the stoop-feed Lankan. "What is that?" asked Ram. "That gas, that Vishwamitra, is the Asuras. The deathly thick gas gently enveloped the Lankan. It would put them in a coma that would last for days, if not weeks. It would possibly kill some of them, but there were no screams, no cries for mercy. None made an attempt to escape. They simply lay on the ground, motionless, waiting for the fiendish Asuras to push them into oblivion. The only sound in the otherwise grim silence was the hiss. Ram touched his Rudraksh banner, his heart benumbed, and agonizing 15 minutes later. Vishwamitra turned to Ram. It's done. Sita bounded up the stairway of the big quarter, 3 steps at a time. She had been passionately conversing with the citizens of Mithra in the market square when she heard the explosion and saw the sudden flash in the sky. She had immediately known that Asuras had been fired. She knew she had to rush back. She first encountered Aristinemi and the Malayaputra standing in a huddle away from Vishwamitra. Ram and Lakshman, a grim-faced Samiji, followed Sita. Who sought it? Demanded Sita. Aristinemi just stepped aside, and Ram came into Sita's view, the only one holding a bow. Sita cursed loudly as she ran towards her husband. She knew that he must be shattered. Ram, with his moral clarity and obsession with the law, would have been hurting inside at the sin he had been forced to commit, forced by his sense of duty towards his wife and her pupil. Vishwamitra smiled as he saw her approach. Sita, it is all taken care of. Ravan's forces are destroyed. Mithra is safe. Sita glared at Vishwamitra, too furious to say anything. She ran right up to her husband and embraced him. A shocked Ram dropped his bow. He had never been embraced by Sita. He knew that she was trying to comfort him. Yet as he held his hands to the side, his heartbeat started picking up. The emotional overload drained him of energy as he felt a solitary tear trickle down his face. Sita pulled her head back as she held Ram and looked deep into his empty eyes. Her face was greased with concern. I am with you, Ram. Ram remained silent. Strangely, a long-forgotten image entered his mind of the Arya concept of Emperor Prithvi. The earth had been named after him. Prithu had spoken of the Indian ideal human archetype of the Aryaputra, a gentleman, and the Aryaputri, a lady, a prototypical human partnership of 2 strong individuals who did not compete for exact equality but were complementary, completing each other, 2 souls that were dependent on each other, giving each other purpose, 2 halves of a whole. Ram felt like an Aryaputra, being held, being supported by his lady. Sita continued to hold Ram in a tight embrace. I am with you, Ram. We will handle this together. Ram closed his eyes. He wrapped his arms around his wife. He rested his head on her shoulder. Paradise. Sita looked over her husband's shoulder and glared at Vishwamitra. It was a fearsome look, like the wrathful fury of the mother goddess. Vishwamitra glared right back, unrepentant. A loud sound disturbed them all. They looked beyond the walls of Mithra. Ravan's Pushpak Viman was sputtering to life. Its giant rotor blades had begun to spin. Within moments, they picked up speed, and the flying vehicle rose from the earth, hovering just a few feet above the ground. Then, with a great burst of sound and energy, it soared into the sky, away from Mithra and the devastation of the Asuras. Chapter 26. Sita cast an eye over her husband as he rode beside her. Lakshman and Urmila rode behind them. Lakshman was talking non-stop with his wife as she gazed at him earnestly. Urmila's thumb kept playing with the massive diamond ring on her left forefinger. an expensive gift from her husband. Behind them were 100 Mithran soldiers. Another 100 soldiers rode ahead of Ram and Sita. The convoy was on its way to Sankasya, from where it would sail to Ayodhya. Ram, Sita, Lakshman, and Urmila had set off from Mithra 2 weeks after the Asuras' raid razed the Lankan camp. King Janak and his brother, King Kushadhwaj, had authorized the imprisonment of the Lankan prisoners of war left behind by Vaman. Biswamitra and his Malaputras left for their own capital, Agastyakuta, taking the Lankan prisoners with them. The sage intended to negotiate with Vaman on Mithra's behalf, guaranteeing the kingdom's safety in return for the release of the prisoners of war. It was a difficult decision for Sita to leave her friend Samichi behind, but the police force of Mithra could not afford a change in leadership at this vulnerable moment of time. Ram turned to his wife and with a smile as he pulled his horse close to her. Yes? Are you sure about this? Ram nodded. There was no doubt in his mind. But you are the first in a generation to defeat Ravan, and it was not really a Devi us if you. Ram found that's technicality, and you know it. Sita took a deep breath and continued. Sometimes to create a perfect world, a leader was to do what is necessary at the time, even if it may not appear to be the right thing to do in the short term. In the long run, a leader who has the capacity to uplift the masses must not deny himself that opportunity. He has a duty to not make himself unavailable. A true leader will even take a sin upon his soul for the good of his pupil. Ram looked at Sita. He seemed disappointed. I have done that already, have not I? The question is, should I be punished for it or not? Should I do penance for it? If I expect my pupil to follow the law, so must I. A leader is not just one who reads. He must also be a role model. He must practice what he preaches, Sita. Sita smiled. Well, Lord Rudra has said, a leader is not just one who gives his pupil what they want. He must also be the one who teaches his pupil to be better than they imagined themselves to be. Ram smiled too, and I am sure you will tell me Lady Mohini's response to this as well. Sita laughed. Yes, Lady Mohini said that people have their limitations. A leader should not expect more from them than what they are capable of. If you stress them beyond their capacity, they will break. Ram shook his head. He did not really agree with the great Lady Mohini, respected by many as Vishnu, though many others believed that she should not be called a Vishnu. Ram expected people to rise above their limitations and better themselves, for only then is an ideal society possible. But he did not voice his disagreement aloud. Are you sure? 14 years outside the boundaries of the Sapta Sindhu, Sita looked at Ram seriously, returning to the original discussion. Ram nodded. He had already made his decision. He would go to Ayodhya and seek permission from his father to go on his self-imposed exile. I broke Lord Rudra's law, and this is his stated punishment. It does not matter whether the Vayuputras pass the order to punish me or not. It does not matter whether my pupils support me or not. I must serve my sentence. Sita leaned towards him and whispered, Be, not I. Sita frowned. Ram frowned. Sita reached out and placed her palm on Ram's hand. You share my fate and I share yours. That is what a true marriage is. She intertwined her fingers through his. Ram, I am your wife. We will always be together, in good times and bad, through thick and thin. Ram squeezed her hands as he straightened his back. His horse snorted and quickened its back. Ram pulled back the reins gently, keeping his horse in step with his wife, steed. I am Not sure this will work, said Ram. The newlywed couples Ram, Sita and Lakshman Urmila were on the royal ship of Ayodhya, sailing up the Saryu on their way home. They would probably reach Ayodhya within a week. Ram and Sita sat on the deck discussing what an ideal society meant and the manner in which a perfect empire must be governed. For Ram, an ideal state was one which treated everyone as equal before the law. Sita had thought long and hard about the meaning of equality. She felt that just promoting equality before the law would not solve society's problems. She believed that true equality existed only at the level of the soul. But in this material world, everyone was, in fact, not equal. No two created entities were exactly the same. Among humans, some were better at knowledge, others at warfare, some at trading, and others offered their manual skills and hard work. However, the problem, according to Sita, was that in the present society, a person's path in life was determined by his birth, not by his karma. She believed that a society would be perfect only if people were free to do what they actually wanted to, based on their karma rather than following the dictates of the caste they were born into. And where did these dictates come from? They came from parents who forced their values and ways on their children. Brahmin parents would encourage and push their children towards the pursuit of knowledge. The child, on the other hand, may have a passion for trade. These mismatches led to unhappiness and chaos within society. Furthermore, the society itself suffered as its pupils were forced to work at jobs they did not want to do. The worst end of this stick was reserved for the poor Sudras. Many of them could have been capable Brahmins, Kshatriyas or Vaishyas. But the rigid and unfair birth-based caste system forced them to remain skilled workers. In an earlier era, the caste system had been flexible. The best example of that was from many centuries ago, Maharishi Shakti, now known as Vedvyas, a title used through successive ages for those who compiled, edited, or differentiated the Vedas. He was born a Sudra, but his karma turned him into not just a Brahmin but a Rishi. A Rishi was the highest status below godhood that any person could achieve. However, today, due to the rigid birth-based caste system, a Maharishi Shakti emerging from among the Sudras was almost impossible. You may think this is unworkable. You may even consider it harsh. I concede your point that all should be equal before the law and equally deserving of respect. But just that is not enough. We need to be harsh to destroy this birth-based caste system, said Sita. It had weakened our dharma and our country. It must be destroyed for the good of India. If we don't destroy the caste system as it exists today, we will open ourselves to attack from foreigners. They will use our divisions to conquer us. Sita's solution, which indeed seemed harsh to Ram, would be complicated to implement. She proposed that all the children of a kingdom must be compulsorily adopted by the state at the time of birth. The birth parents would have to surrender their children to the kingdom. The kingdom would raise these children, educate and hone the natural skills that they were born with. At the age of 15, they would appear for an examination that would test them on their physical, psychological and mental skills. Based on the result, appropriate caste would be allocated to the children. Subsequent training would further polish their natural talent, after which the children would be put up for adoption by citizens from the same caste as the ones assigned to the adolescents. Through the examination process, the children would never know their birth parents, only their caste parent. I agree that this system would be exceedingly fair, conceded Ram. But I can't imagine parents willingly giving up their birth children to the kingdom permanently, making the decision never to meet them again or even know them. Is it even natural? Humans moved away from the natural way when we began to wear clothes, cook our food, and embraced cultural norms over instinctive urges. This is what civilization does. Among the civilized, right and wrong is determined by cultural conventions and rules. There are times when polygamy was considered abhorrent, and other times when it was considered a solution, when there was a shortage of men due to war. And now, for all you know, you may succeed in bringing monogamy back in fashion. Ram laughed. I'm not trying to start a trend. I don't want to marry another woman because I will be insulting you by doing so. Sita smiled as she pushed her long, straight hair away from her face as it dried in the breeze. But polygamy is unfair only according to you. Others may disagree. Remember, justice in terms of right or wrong is a man-made concept. It is entirely up to us to define justice in new terms of what is fair or unfair. It will be for the greater good. But it will be very difficult to implement, Sita. No more difficult than getting the people of India to actually respect laws, laughed Sita, for she knew that was Ram's pet obsession. Ram laughed loudly. Touchy. Sita moved close to Ram and held his hand. Ram bent forward and kissed her, a slow, gentle kiss that filled their souls with deep happiness. Ram held his wife as they observed the Saryu waters flowing by and the green river banks in the distance. We did not finish that sonorous conversation. What were you thinking? Asked Sita. I think it should either be made available to all or to none. It's not fair that a few chosen ones from the nobility get to live so much longer and be healthier than most others. But how would you ever be able to produce enough somas for everyone? Guru Vasisth has invented a technology that can mass produce it. If I rule Ayodhya, when? Interrupted Sita. Sorry. When you rule Ayodhya, said Sita. Not if. It will happen. Even if it is 14 years from now. Ram smiled. All right. When I rule Ayodhya, I intend to build this factory that Guru Vasisth has designed. We will offer the sawmills to all. If you are going to create an entirely new way of life, then you must have a new name for it as well. Why carry the karma of the old? Something tells me you have thought of name already. A land of pure life. That's the name. No, that is simply what the name will mean. So what will be the new name of my kingdom? Sita smiled. It will be Meruha. Are you insane? Shouted Dasaratha. The emperor was in his new private office in Kaushalya's palace. Ram had just informed Dasaratha about his decision to banish himself from the Saptasindhu to atone for the sin of firing a Devi Astra without the permission of the Vayuputras. A decision that had not gone down too well with Dasaratha. To say the least, a worried Kausalya hurried to her husband and tried to get him to remain seated. His health had been deteriorating rapidly of late. Please calm down, your majesty. Kausalya, still unsure of the influence that Kaikeyi exercised over Dasaratha, had remained careful in her dealings with her husband. She was not sure how long she would remain Dasaratha's favorite queen. To her, he was still his majesty. But this Kid Grove treatment only agitated Dasaratha further. In Lord Parsuram's name, Kausalya, stop molly or coddling me and knock some sense into your son, screamed Dasaratha. What do you think will happen if he is gone for 14 years? Do you think the nobles will just wait around patiently for his return? Ram, said Kausalya, your father is right. Nobody has asked for you to be punished. The Vayuputras have not made any demands. They will, said Ram in a steady voice. It's only a matter of time. But we don't have to listen to them. We do not follow their laws. If I expect others to follow the law, then so should I. Are you trying to be suicidal, Ram? Asked Dasarat. His face thrust, his hands trembling in anger. I am only following the law. Father, can't you see what my health is like? I will be gone soon. If you are not here, Bharat will become king. And if you are out of the Sapt Sindhu for 14 years, by the time you return, Bharat will have consolidated his rule. You will not even get a village to govern. Firstly, Father, if you pronounce Bharat crown prince when I am gone, then it is his right to become king. And I think Bharat will make a good ruler. Ayodhya will not suffer. But if you continue with me as the crown prince, even while I am in exile, I am sure that Bharat will give back the throne to me when I return. I trust him completely. Dasarat laughed harshly. You actually think it will be Bharat ruling Ayodhya once you are gone? No, it will be his mother. And Kekai will have you killed in exile, son. I will not allow myself to be killed, father. But if I am killed, maybe that is what fate has in store for me. Dasarat banged his fist on his head, his frustration ringing loudly through the angry grunt he let out. Father, my mind is made up, said Ram with finality. But if I leave without your permission, it will be an insult to you and an insult to Ayodhya. How can a crown prince disobey the king's orders? That's why I'm asking you to please banish me. Dasarat turned to Kausalya, throwing up his hands in frustration. This is going to happen, father, whether you like it or not, said Ram. Your banishing me will keep Ayodhya's honor intact. So please do it. Dasarat's soldiers drooped in resignation. At least agree with my other suggestion. Ram stood resolute, but with an apologetic expression on his face. No. But Ram, if you marry a princess from a powerful kingdom, then you will have a strong ally. When you return to claim your inheritance, Kekia will never side with you. Aswapati is Kekai's father, after all. But if you marry a princess from another powerful kingdom, then my apologies for interrupting you, father, but I have always maintained that I will marry only one woman, and I will not insult her while marrying another. Dasarat stared at him helplessly. Ram felt he needed to clarify further. And if my wife dies, I will mourn her for the rest of my life, but I will never ever marry again. Kausalya finally lost her temper. What do you mean by that, Ram? Are you trying to imply that your own father will get your wife killed? I did not say that, mother, said Ram calmly. Ram, please understand, pleaded Dasarat, desperately trying to keep his temper in check. She is the princess of Mithila, a minor kingdom. She will not prove to be of any use in the struggle you will face ahead. Ram stiffened, but kept his voice polite. She is my wife, father. Please speak of her with respect. She is a lovely girl, Ram, said Dasarat. I have been observing her for the last few days. She is good wife. She will keep you happy and you can remain married to her. But if you marry another princess, then forgive me, father, but no. Damn it, screamed Dasarat. Get out of here before I burst a blood vessel. Yes, father, said Ram, and calmly turned to leave. And you are not leaving this city without my order, added Dasarat at Ram's retreating form. Ram looked back, his face inscrutable, with deliberate movement. He bowed his head, folded his hands into a namaste, and said, May all the gods of our great land continue to bless you, father. And then, with equal lack of haste, he turned and walked out. Dasarat glared at Kausalya, rage pouring out of his eyes, his wife covered with an apologetic expression. Chapter 27. On returning to his section of the palace, Ram was told that his wife was out, visiting the royal garden. He decided to join her and found her in conversation with Bharat. Just like everyone else, his brother had initially been shocked when He heard about Ram's marriage to an adopted princess from a small kingdom. However, within a short span of time, Bharat had grown to respect Sita, her intelligence and strength of character. The two had spent a lot of time with each other, finding a deep sense of appreciation for the qualities they discovered in the other. Which is why I think freedom is the most important attribute of life, Bhavi, said Bharat. More important than law? Asked Sita. Yes, I believe there should be as few laws as possible, enough just to provide a framework within which human creativity can express itself in all its glory. Freedom is the natural way of life. Sita laughed softly. And what does your elder brother have to say about your views? Ram walked up to them from behind and placed his hands on his wife's shoulder. His elder brother thinks that Bharat is a dangerous influence. Bharat burst out laughing as he rose to embrace his brother, Dada. Sir, should I be thanking you for entertaining your bhabhi with your libertarian views? Bharat smiled as he shrugged. At least I won't convert the citizens of Ayodhya into a bunch of bores. Ram laughed and said, tongue in cheek. That's good then. Bharat's expression instantly transformed and became sober. Father is not going to let you go, Dada. Even you know that. You are not going anywhere. Father does not have a choice, and neither do you. You will rule Ayodhya and you will rule it well. I will not ascend the throne this way, said Bharat, shaking his hand. No, I will not. Ram knew that there was nothing he could say that would ease Bharat's pain. Dada, why are you insisting on this? Asked Bharat. It's the law. Bharat, said Ram. I fired a devious. The hell with the law. Dada, do you actually think your leaving will be in the best interest of the Ayodhya? Imagine what the two of us can achieve together. Your emphasis on rules and mine on freedom and creativity. Do you think either you or I can be as effective alone? Ram shook his head. I will be back in 14 years. Bharat, even you just conceded that rules have a significant place in our society. How can I convince others to follow the law if I don't do so myself? The law must apply equally and fairly to every single person. It is as simple as that. Then Ram stared directly into Bharat's eyes. Even if it helps a heinous criminal escape death, the law should not be broken. Bharat stared right back, his expression inscrutable. Sita, sensing that the brothers were talking about something else and that things were getting decidedly uncomfortable, rose from the bench and said to Ram, you have a meeting with General Mrigas. I don't mean to be rude, but are you sure that your wife should be here? Asked Mrigas, the general of the Ayodhyan army. Ram and Sita had received the general in their private office. There are no secrets between us, said Ram. In any case, I would tell her what has been discussed. She may as well hear it directly from you. Mrigas cast an enigmatic look at Sita and let out a long breath before addressing Ram. You can be emperor right away. The king of Ayodhya automatically became the emperor of the Saptasindhu. This had been the privilege of the Suryavanshi clan that ruled Kausal since the days of Raghu. Mrigas was offering to smoothen the path for Ram to ascend the throne of Ayodhya. Sita was stunned but kept her face deadpan. Ram frowned. Mrigas misunderstood what was going through Ram's mind. He assumed that Ram was wondering why the general would help him when one of his officials had been penalized on the orders of the prince for what Mrigas thought was a minor crime of land grabbing. I am willing to forget what you did to me, said Mrigas, if you are willing to remember what I am doing for you right now. Ram remained silent. Look, Prince Ram, continued Mrigas, the people love you for your police reforms. There is the matter of Dhanuka, for which you become unpopular for a while, but that has been forgotten in the glow of your victory over Ravan in Mithila. In fact, you may not know this, but you have become popular among the common people across India, not just Kausal. Nobody is hated more in the Sapta Sindhu than Ravan, and you defeated him. I can bring the nobles of Ayodhya to your side. Most of the major kingdoms in the Sapta Sindhu will swing towards the eventual winner. The only one we need to worry about is Kekia and the kingdoms under its influence. But even those kingdoms, the descendants of King Anu, have differences among themselves that we could easily exploit. In short, what I'm telling you is that the throne is yours for the taking. What about the law? Asked Ram. Mrigas looked baffled, like someone had spoken in an unknown language. The law? I have fired the Asuras and I have to serve my sentence. Mrigas laughed. Who will dare punish the future emperor of the Sapta Sindhu? Maybe the present emperor of the Sapta Sindhu. Emperor Dasarath wants you to ascend the throne. Trust me, he will not send you off on some ludicrous exile. Ram's expression did not change, but Sita could sense that her husband was getting deeply irritated as he closed his eyes. Prince, asked Mrigas. Ram ran his hand across his face. His fingers rested on his chin as he opened his eyes and stared into Mrigas. He whispered, "My father is an honorable man. He is a descendant of Ikshvaku. He will do the honorable thing, as will I." Prince, I don't think you understand. Ram interrupted Mrigas. I don't think you understand, General Mrigas. I am a descendant of Ikshvaku. I am a descendant of Raghu. My family would rather die than bring disrepute to our clan's honor. Those are mere words. No, it's a code that we live by. Mrigas leaned forward, adopting a manner as if he was speaking to a child not familiar with the ways of the world. Listen to me, Prince Ram. I have seen a lot more of this world than you have. Honor is for the textbooks. In the real world, I think we are done, General, said Ram, rising with a polite namaste. What? Asked Keke. Are you sure? Mantra had rushed to Keke's chamber, secure in the knowledge that neither Dasarath nor any of his personal staff would be present. Keke's staff was not a concern. Originally from her parental home in Kekia, they were fiercely loyal to her, seating herself beside the queen. She nevertheless exercised abundant caution and commanded the queen's maids to leave the room, ordering them to shut the door on their way out. I would not be here if I was not sure, said Mantra as she shifted in her chair to ease the discomfort to her back. The royal furniture was a travesty compared to the well-designed, ergonomic furniture in Mantra's opulent home. Money opens all mouths. Everyone has a price. The emperor is all set to announce in court tomorrow that Ram will be king in his stead, and that he will take Banvas in the forest. Banvas with all his queens. I might add, you too may have to live in some jungle hut from now on. Keke scowled at her as she gritted her teeth. Gritting your teeth will only bear out the enamel, said Mantra. If you think you should do something more practical, then today is the day. The time is right now. You will never get an opportunity like this again. Keke was annoyed at Mantra's tone. Her demeanor had changed from the day she had given her that money to carry out her vengeance. But she needed the powerful trader for now, so she exercised restraint. What do you suggest? You once mentioned the promise that Dasarath made to you after you saved him at Battle of Karchapa. Keke leaned back in her chair as she remembered the long-forgotten promise, a debt she never really believed she would need to collect. She had saved his life in that disastrous battle with Ravan, losing a finger and getting seriously injured herself. When Dasarath had regained consciousness, he had, in his gratitude, made an open-ended promise to KK that he would honor any two wishes she made any time in life. The two boons, I can ask for anything, and he has to honor it. रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर बचन न जाए. Mantra had recited the motto of the Suryavanshi clan that ruled Ayodhya, or at least what had been their motto since the days of the great Emperor Raghu. It translated as the clan of Raghu has always followed a tradition. They would much rather die than dishonor their word. He cannot say no, whispered KK, a glint in her eyes. Mantra nodded. Ram should be banished for 14 years, said KK. I will not tell him to say publicly that he is doing so to punish him according to Lord Rudra. Very wise. That will make the public accept it. Ram is popular with the people now, but nobody will want to break Lord Rudra's rule. And he has to declare Bharat the crown prince. Perfect, two boons, the solution to all problems. As he rode over the bridge that spanned the great canal, Sita looked around to check that she was not being followed. She had covered her face and upper body with a long angvastram, as if protecting herself from the cold. Late evening breeze, the road stretched into the distance, heading east towards lands that Kausal controlled directly. A few meters ahead, she looked back again and steered the reins to the left of the road. She rode into the jungle and immediately made a clicking sound, making her horse break into a swift gallop. She had to cover an hour's distance in just half the time. But what will your husband say? Asked the Naga. Sita stood in a small clearing in the jungle, her hand on the hilt of her knife, encased within a small scabbard, a precaution against wild animals. She did not need any protection from the man she had just met, though. He was a Malay Putra, and she trusted him like an elder brother. The Naga had a hard and bony mouth, extending out of his face like a beak. His head was bare, but his face was covered with the fine, downy hairs. He looked like a man with the face of a vulture. Jatayuji, said Sita respectfully, my husband is not just unusual. He is the kind of man who comes along once in a millennium. Sadly, he does not realize how important he is as far as he is concerned. He simply thinks he is doing the right thing by asking to be exiled. But in doing so, he is also putting himself in serious danger. The moment we cross the Narmada, I suspect we will face repeated attacks. They will try every trick in the book to kill him off. You have tied a Rakhi on my hand, my sister, said Jatayu. Nothing will happen to you or the one you love, for as long as I am alive. Sita smiled. But you should tell your husband about me, about what you are asking me to do. I don't know if he dislikes the Malay Putras, but if he does, it would not be completely unfair. He may harbor some ill will about what happened at Mithila. Let me worry about how to handle my husband. Are you sure? I know him quite well by now. He won't understand at present that we might need some protection in the forest, maybe later. For now, I just need your soldiers to keep a constant but discreet watch on our positions and prevent any attacks. Jatayu thought he heard a sound. He pulled out his knife and stared into the darkness beyond the trees. A few seconds later he relaxed and turned his attention back to Sita. It's nothing, said Sita. Why is your husband insisting on being punished? Asked Jatayu. It can be argued against. The Asurastra is not really a weapon of mass destruction. He can get away on a technicality if he chooses to. He is insisting on being punished because that is the law. He can't be so. Jatayu did not complete his statement, but it was obvious what he wanted to say. You will see my husband as a knave and blind follower of the law. But a day will come when the entire world will see him as one of the greatest leaders ever. It is my duty to protect him and keep him alive till then. Jatayu smiled. Sita was embarrassed by her next request, as it seemed selfish. But she had to be sure, and the Somras will be arranged. I agree that you and your husband will need it, especially if you have to be strong enough to complete your mission when you return 14 years later. But won't you face difficulties in getting the Somras out? What about? Jatayu laughed. Let me worry about that. Sita had heard all that she needed to. She knew that Jatayu would come through. Goodbye. Go with Lord Parsuram, my brother. Go with Lord Rudra, my sister. Jatayu lingered for a bit after Sita mounted her horse and rode away. Once sure that she was gone, he touched the ground she had been standing on, picked up some of the dust that had been touched by her sandals, and then brought it reverentially to his forehead, a mark of respect for a great leader. Chotima is in the Kopa Bhavan, exclaimed a surprised Ram, referring to his stepmother Kekeyi. Yes, said Vasisht. Ram had earlier been informed that his father would announce the accession of the prince to the throne the next day. He had determined his next course of action. He was planning to abdicate the throne and install Bharat as king instead. He would then leave for the forest. But Ram had misgivings about this plan, as it would, in effect, mean publicly dishonoring his father's wishes. Therefore, when Vasisht came in and told Ram about his stepmother's move, his first reaction was not negative. Kekeyi had lodged herself in the Kop Bhavan, the house of anger. This was an institutionalized chamber created in royal palaces many centuries ago. Once polygamy became a common practice among the royalty, having multiple wives, a king was naturally unable to spend enough time with all of them. A Kop Bhavan was the assigned chamber a wife would go to if angry or upset with her husband. This would be a signal for the king that the queen needed redressal for a complaint. It was believed to be inauspicious for a husband to allow his wife to stay overnight in the Kop Bhavan. Dasarat had no choice but to visit his aggrieved spouse, even if her influence had reduced. If there is one person who can force my father to change his mind, it would be Chotima, said Ram. It looks like your wish will come true after all. Yes, and if ordered so, Sita and I will leave immediately. Vasisht frowned. Is not Lakshman going with you? He wants to, but I don't think that unnecessary. He needs to stay here with his wife Urmila. She is delicate. We should not impose a harsh forced life on her. Vasisht nodded in agreement. Then he leaned over and spoke earnestly. I will spend the next 14 years preparing the ground for you. Ram smiled at his guru. Remember your destiny. You will be the next Vishnu, regardless of what anyone else says. You have to rewrite the future of our nation. I will work toward that goal and make sure that we are ready for you when you return, but you have to ensure that you remain alive. I will certainly try my best. Chapter 28. Dasarat stepped out of the palanquin with assistance and hovered into the Kop Bhavan. He seemed to have aged a decade. The stress of the last few days had been immense. He sat on his usual rocking chair and dismissed the attendant with a wave of his hand. He raised his eyes and observed his wife. Keke had not acknowledged his entry into the room. She sat on a divan, her hair undone, unkempt, not a speck of jewelry on her person. Her angavastram lay on the ground. She wore a white dhoti and blouse, and sat with an appearance of calm that belied the fury that raged within. He knew her well. He also knew what was going to happen and that he could not say no. Speak, said Dasan. Keke looked at him with sorrow-filled eyes. You will not love me anymore, Dasarat, but I still love you. Oh, I know you love me, but you love yourself more. Keke stiffened. And are you any different? Are you going to teach me about selflessness? Seriously? Dasarat smiled ruefully, touchy. Keke seethed with the anger of a woman scorned. You are always the smartest of all my wives. I enjoyed my verbal battle with you the way I enjoyed dueling with a warrior. I miss those sharp, acerbic words that could even draw blood. I can bleed you with a sword too. Dasarat laughed. I know. Keke leaned back on the divan, trying to slow down her breathing, trying to control herself. But the hurt still soared through. I dedicated my life to you. I nearly died for you. I disfigured myself in saving your life. I never ever humiliated you in public, unlike your precious Ram. Ram has never. Kekai interrupted Dasan. He has now. You know that he will not follow your order tomorrow. He will dishonor you, and Bharat would never. It was Dasarat's turn to interrupt. I am not choosing between Bharat and Ram. You know they have no problems with each other. Kekai leaned forward and hissed. This is not about Ram and Bharat. This is about Ram and me. You have to choose between Ram and me. What has he ever done for you? He saved your life once. That's it. I have saved your life every day for the last so many years. So do my sacrifices counted for nothing? Dasarat refused to succumb to her emotional blackmail. Keke laughed contemptuously. Of course, when you don't have any counter argument, all you do is cram up. I do have an answer, but you will not like it. Keke laughed harshly. All my life I have tolerated things that I don't like. I submit to the insults of my father. I tolerate your selfness, selfishness. I live with my son's disdain for me. I can tolerate a few words. Tell me. Ram offers me immortality. Keke was confused and it showed on her face. She had always managed to get large quantities of somras for Dasarat, repeatedly arguing, haranguing Rajguru Vasisht for the legendary drink of the gods. It dramatically increased the lifespans of those who consumed it. For some reason, it had not worked its wonders on Dasarat. Dasarat explained, not immortality for my body. The last few days have made me fully aware of my mortality. I am talking about immortality for my name. I know that I have wasted my life and my potential. People compare me to my great ancestors and find me wanting. But Ram, he will go down in history as one of the greatest ever, as he will redeem my name. I will be remembered as Ram's father for all time to come. Ram's greatness will rub off on me. He has already defeated Ravan. Keki burst out laughing. That was pure love, you fool. It was sheer chance that Guru Viswamitra happened to be there with the Asuras. Yes, he got lucky. That means the gods favor him. Keke cast him a dark look. This was getting nowhere. The hell with this. Let's get this over with. You know you cannot refuse me. Dasat sat back and smiled sadly, just when I was beginning to enjoy our conversation. I want my two wounds. Both of them? Asked Dasat, surprised. He had expected only one of them to be called. I want Ram banished from the Sapt Sindhu for 14 years. You can announce at court that this is because he broke Lord Rudra's law. You will be praised for it. Even the Vayu Putras will applaud you. Yes, I know how concerned you are about my prestige, said Dasat caustically. You cannot say no, Dasat sighed. And the second? You will declare Bharat the crown prince tomorrow. Dasat was shocked. This was unexpected. The implication was obvious. He groveled softly. If Ram is killed in exile, people will lynch you. Keke was aghast. She shouted, do you really think I could shed royal blood? The blood of Raghu? Yes, I think you could. But I know that Bharat won't. I will warn him about you. You do what you want. Just honor my two boons. Dasat stared at Keke with anger. He suddenly looked toward the door. Guards, four guards rushed in with Dasat's attendant. Order my palanquin, said Dasat brusquely. Yes, your highness, said his attendant as they all scurried out. As soon as they were alone, Dasat said, you can leave the Kobhavan. You will get your two boons, but I am warning you. If you do anything to Ram, I will. I will not do anything to your precious Ram, screamed Keke. The royal court assembled in the massive great hall of the unconquerable in the second hour of the second Prahar. Dasat sat on his throne, visibly tired and unhappy, but dignified. Not one of the queens was present. Vasisht, the Rajguru, sat on the throne to the right of the emperor. The court was packed with not just the nobility, but also as many of the common people as could be accommodated in the hall. Except for a few, most were unaware of what was to transpire that morning. They simply could not understand why Ram should be punished for defeating Ravan. In fact, the crown prince deserved to be commended for restoring Ayodhya's glory and washing away the taint on his birth. Silence, announced the court crier. Dasat sat with heartbreaking majesty upon the throne, as if seeking honor from his son. Ram stood in the middle of the great hall, directly in his line of sight. The emperor coughed softly as his eyes fell on the lion-shaped armrest. He tightened his hold around it as he felt an overpowering temptation to change his mind. Realizing the futility of the sentiment, he closed his eyes in resignation. How do you save someone who thinks that doing so is an act of dishonor? Dasat looked straight into the eyes of his insanely virtuous son. The law of the Lord Rudra has been broken. Some good did come of it, for Ravan's bodyguard corpse was destroyed. By all accounts, he is leaking his words in Lanka. The audience broke into a loud cheer. Everybody hated Ravan, almost everybody. Mithila, the kingdom of our Princess Sita, the wife of my beloved son Ram, was saved from annihilation. The crowd cheered once again, but it was more muted this time. Very few knew Sita, and most did not understand why their crown prince had forged an alliance with a deeply spiritual but powerless kingdom. Dasat's voice shook as he continued. But the law has been broken, and Lord Rudra's word has to be honored. His tribe, the Vayuputras, has not yet asked for Ram to be punished, but that will not stop the Raghuvanshis from doing the right thing. A hushed silence descended on the hall. The pupils felt a dread as they steeled themselves to hear what they now feared their king would say to them. Ram has accepted the punishment that must be his. He will leave Ayodhya for I banish him from the Sapt Sindhu for 14 years. He will return to us after cleansing himself with the fire of penance. He is a true follower of Lord Rudra. Honor him. A loud cry rent the air of dismay from the commoners and shock from the nobility. Dasat raised his hands, and crowds fell silent. My other beloved son Bharat will now be the crown prince of Ayodhya, the kingdom of Kausal and the Sapt Sindhu Empire. Silence. The mood in the hall had turned sober. Ram held his hands together in a formal namaste as he spoke in a loud and clear voice. Father, even the gods in the sky marvel at your wisdom and justice today. Many among the common folk were openly crying now. The golden spirit of the greatest Suryavanshi, Ikshvaku, himself lives strong in you, my father, said Ram loudly. Sita and I will leave Ayodhya within a day. In the far corner of the hall, standing unobtrusively behind a pillar, was a tall, unusually fair-skinned man. He bore a white dhoti and angvastram. He seemed visibly uncomfortable in the dhoti, though perhaps it was not his normal attire. His most distinguishing features were his hooked nose, beaded full beard, and drooping moustache. His wizened face creased into a smile as he heard Ram's word. Guru Vasisht had chosen well. I must say that I am surprised by the emperor, said the fair-skinned man with the hooked nose, adjusting the uncomfortable dhoti. He sat with Vasisht in the Rajguru's private chamber. Do not forget where the real credit lies, said Vasisht. I think that's obvious. I must say you have chosen well. And will you play your role? The fair-skinned man sighed. You know, we cannot get involved too deeply, Guruji. It is not our decision to make. But we will do all that we can. That is our promise. And you know that we don't break our promises. Vasishtha nodded. Thank you, my friend. That is all I ask. Glory to Lord Rudra. Glory to Lord Parsuram. Bharat walked into Ram and Sita's sitting room, even as he was being announced. They had already changed into the garb of hermits, made from rough cotton and bark. It made Bharat wince. We have to dress the way forest people do, Bharat, said Sita. Tears sprang into his eyes. He looked at Ram as he shook his head. Dada, I don't know whether to applaud you or try and knock some sense into you. You need not do either, said Ram, smiling. Just embrace me and wish me goodbye. Bharat rushed towards his brother and gathered him in his arms as a torrent of tears ran down his face. Ram held him tight. As Bharat stepped back, Ram said, Don't worry. Sweet are the fruit of adversity. I will return with more sense knocked into me, I assure you. Bharat laughed softly. One of these days I will stop speaking to you for the fear of being understood. Ram laughed as well. Rule well, my brother. There were some who believed that Bharat's emphasis on liberty was more suited to the temperament of Ayodhya citizens, indeed the people of the Sapt Sindhu. I won't lie that I did not want it, said Bharat, but not this way, not this way. Ram put his hand on Bharat's strong, muscular shoulders. You will rule well, I know that. Make our ancestors proud. I don't care what our ancestors think. Then make me proud, said Ram. Bharat's face fell along with a fresh stream of tears. He embraced his brother again and they held each other. For a long time, Ram overcame his natural reserve as he had onto Bharat. He knew his brother needed this. Enough, said Bharat, pulling back. Wiping his tears and shaking his head, he turned to Sita. Take care of my brother, Bhavi. He does not know how unethical this word is. Sita smiled. He knows, but he still tries to change things. Bharat sighed. Then he turned towards Ram as an idea struck him. Give me your slippers, Dada. Ram frowned as he looked down at his simple hermit slippers. Not these, said Bharat. Your royal slippers. Why? Just give them to me, Dada. Ram walked to the side of the bed where his recently discarded royal garments lay. On the floor was a pair of gold-colored slippers, with exquisite silver and brown embroidery. Ram picked them up and handed them to Bharat. What are you going to do with these? Asked Ram. When the time comes, I will place these rather than myself on the throne, said Bharat. Ram and Sita immediately understood the indication. With this one gesture, Bharat would effectively declare that Ram was the king of Ayodhya, that he was only a caretaker in his elder brother's absence. Any attempt to murder the king of Ayodhya would invite the wrath of the mighty empire of the Saptasindhu. This was mandated by the treaties between the various kingdoms of the Saptasindhu, added to the code reality of the treaty obligations was the superstition that it was bad karma to kill kings and crown princes, except in battle or open combat. It would offer a powerful siege of protection to Ram, though it would severely undercut Bharat's own authority and power. Ram embraced his Bharat again, my brother. Lakshman said, Lakshman, said Sita, I thought I had told you. Lakshman had just entered Ram and Sita's sitting room. He wore the same attire that his elder brother and sister-in-law did, one of a forest hermit. Lakshman dared Sita with determination, blazing in his eyes. I'm coming, Bhavi. Lakshman, pleaded Ram. You will not survive without me, Dada, said Lakshman. I'm not letting you go without me. Ram laughed. It's touching to see the faith my family has in me. No one seems to trust me to be able to keep myself alive. Lakshman laughed too, but turned serious in a flash. You are free to laugh or cry about it, Dada, but I am coming with you. An excited Urmila greeted Lakshman as he entered his private chamber. She was dressed in simple yet fashionable attire. Her dhoti and blouse were dyed in the common color brown, but an elegant gold border ran along its edges. She wore simple, modest gold jewelry unlike what she normally favored. Come, my darling, said Urmila, smiling with childlike enthusiasm. You must see this. I have single-handedly supervised the packing and most of it is done already. Packing? Asked a surprised Lakshman with a fond smile. Yes, said Urmila, taking his hand and pulling him into the wardrobe room. Two massive trunks made of teak were placed in the center. Urmila quickly opened both. This one has my cross and that one has yours. Lakshman stood nonplussed, not knowing how to react to his innocent Urmila. She pulled him into their bedchamber, where lay another trunk, packed and waiting. It was full of utensils. A small container in one corner caught her attention. Urmila opened it to reveal small packets of spices. See, the way I understand it, we would be able to get meat and vegetables easily in the jungle, but spices and utensils will be difficult. So Lakshman stared at her, bemused and a trifle dismayed. Urmila moved towards him and embraced her husband, smiling fondly. I will cook the most divine meals for you, and for Sita Didi and Ram Ji also. Of course, we will return fat and healthy from our 14-year holiday. Lakshman returned his wife's embrace gently. Her head reached his muscular barrel chest. Holiday. He looked down at his excited wife, who was obviously trying her very hard to make the best of what was a bewildering situation for her. She has been a princess all her life. She assumed that she would be living in an even more luxurious palace in Ayodhya. She is not a bad soul. She just wants to be a good wife. But is it right of me, her husband, to agree to her following me into the jungle, even if she wants to do so? Isn't it my duty to protect her? Just like it is my duty to protect my Ram Dada. She will not last a day in the jungle. She won't. A heavy weight settled on Lakshman's heart as it became obvious what he had to do, but he knew he must do so gently, so it could not break his Urmila's tender heart. Keeping one arm around her, he raised her chin with his other hand. Urmila gazed at him lovingly, with her childlike innocence. He spoke tenderly. I am worried, Urmila. Don't be. We will handle it together. The forest will be. It's not about the forest. I am worried about what will happen here in the palace. Urmila asked her spine and threw her head back so she could get a better look at her extremely tall husband. In the palace? Yes, father is not keeping too well. Choti Ma Keke will be controlling everything now. And frankly, I don't think Bharat Dada can stand up to her. My mother will at least have Satrughn to look after her, but who will look after Bahima, Kausalya? What will happen to her? Urmila nodded. True. And if Choti Ma Keke can do this to Ram Dada, can you imagine what she will do to Bahima? Urmila's open face was guileless. Someone has to protect Bahima, Lakshman repeated, as if to drive home his point. Yes, that's true, but there are so many people in the palace. Has not Ram Dada made any arrangements? Asked Urmila. Lakshman smiled sadly. Ram Dada is not the most practical of men. He thinks everyone in the world is as ethical as he is. Why do you think I am going with him? I need to protect him. Urmila's face fell as she finally understood what Lakshman was trying to say. I am not living here without you, Lakshman. He pulled his wife close. It will be for a short time, Urmila. 14 years. No, I am not. Urmila burst into helpless tears as she hugged him tight. Lakshman eased his hold as he gently raised her chin. Again, he wiped away her tears. You are a Raghuvanshi now. Behold duty above love. Be uphold honor even at the cost of happiness. This is not a matter of choice, Urmila. Don't do this, Lakshman. Please, I love you. Don't leave me. I love you too, Urmila, and I cannot force you to do anything you don't want to do. I am only requesting you. But before you give me your answer, I want you to think of Kausalyama. Think of the love she has showered upon you over the last few days. Did not you tell me that after a long time you felt as if you had a mother again? In Kausalyama, does not she deserve something in return? Urmila burst out crying and embraced Lakshman tightly again. A cool evening breeze blew through the palace at the 5th hour of the 3rd Prahar. Asita walked towards Lakshman and Urmila's private chambers. The guards immediately stood at attention as they turned to announce her. They were halted by a pensive Lakshman emerging from the chambers. Sita felt a lump in her throat as she looked at his face. I will sort this out, said Sita sternly, as she attempted to walk past him and enter her sister's chamber. Lakshman stopped her, holding her hand with a pleading expression in his eyes. No, Bhavi. Sita looked at her giant brother-in-law, who suddenly seemed so vulnerable and alone. Lakshman, my sister listens to me. Trust me. No, Bhavi, interrupted Lakshman, shaking his head. Forest life will not be easy. We will face death every day. You know that. You are tough, you can survive, but serious. Tears welled up in his eyes. She wanted to come, Bhavi, but I don't think she should. I convinced her not to. This is for the best. Lakshman. This is for the best, Bhavi, repeated Lakshman, almost as though he was convincing himself. This is for the best. Chapter 29. It had been an eventful 6 months since Ram, Lakshman, and Sita had left Ayodhya. Word that Dasaratha had passed away has made Ram repeatedly curse his fate for not being able to perform the duties of an eldest son and conduct the funeral rites of his father. It broke Ram's heart that he had discovered his father so late in his life. Returning to Ayodhya was not possible, but he had performed a yajna in a forest for the journey his father's soul had undertaken. Bharat had remained true to his words. He had placed Ram's sleepers on the throne of Ayodhya and had begun governing the empire as his brother's regent. It could be said that Ram was appointed emperor in absentia. It was an unorthodox move, but Bharat's liberal and decentralizing style of governance made the decision palatable to the kingdoms within the Sapta Sindhu. Ram, Lakshman, and Sita had travelled south, primarily walking by the banks of rivers, moving inland only when necessary. They had finally reached the borders of the Sapta Sindhu, near the kingdom of South Kaushal, ruled by Ram's maternal grandfather. Ram bent down on both knees and touched the ground with his forehead. This was the land that had nurtured his mother. As he strengthened, he looked at his wife and smiled, as if he knew her secret. What? Asked Sita. There were people who have been shadowing us for weeks, said Ram. When do you plan to tell me who they are? Sita shrugged delicately and turned to the forest line in the distance, where she knew Jatayu and his soldiers walked stealthily. They had remained out of sight, though close enough to quickly move in if the need arose. Evidently they were not as discreet as he would have liked them to be. More likely she had underestimated her husband's abilities and keen awareness of his surroundings. I will tell you, said Sita with a broad smile. When the time is right. For now, know that they are here for our protection. Ram gave her a piercing look and let it go for now. Lord Manu banned the crossing of the Narmada, said Lakshman. If we cross, then we cannot return, according to the law. There is a way, said Sita. If we travel south along Ma Kaushalya's father's kingdom, we may not have to cross the Narmada. The entire kingdom of South Kaushal lies to the east of the origin of the Narmada river, and the river itself flows west. If we simply keep traveling south, we will reach the Dandakaranya without crossing the Narmada, so we would not be violating Lord Manu's ban, right? That's a technicality, Bhavi, and you know it. It may work for you and me, but it won't for Ram Dada. Should we travel east and leave the Sapta Sindhu by boat then? Asked Ram. We can't do that, said Sita. The seas are ruled by Ravan. He had dotted the Indian peninsula with ports. It is common knowledge that he dominates the western coast, but the fact is he has outposts on the eastern coast as well. That rules out the sea routes, but Ravan does not hold sway in the hinterland. We will be safe south of the Narmada, in the forest of Dandak. But Bhavi, argued Lakshman, Lord Manu's law clearly states. Which Lord Manu? Lakshman was shocked. Did not Bhavi know who Lord Manu was? the founder of the Vedic way of life. Bhavi, everyone knows. Sita smiled indulgently. There have been many Manus. Lakshman, not just one. Each age has its own Manu. So when you speak of the laws of Manu, you will have to also specify which Lord Manu. I did not know this, said Lakshman. Sita shook her head as she teased the man affectionately. Did you boys learn anything at all in your Gurukul? You know very little. I knew that, Ram protested. Lakshman never paid attention in class. Don't lump me with him. Satrughn was the one who knew everything, Dada, said Lakshman. All of us depended on him. You more than the others, joked Ram as he stretched his back. Lakshman laughed as Ram turned to Sita. Okay, I concede your point, but it was the Manu of our age who decreed that we cannot cross the Narmada, and that if we do, we cannot return soon. It was not a law, it was an arrangement. An arrangement? Asked Ram and Lakshman together, surprised. Sita continued, I am sure you are aware that Lord Manu was a prince from the kingdom of Sangam Tamil, deep in the south of India. He led many of his own pupils and those of Dwarka up north into the Saptasindhu, when their own lands were swallowed by the rising sea. Yes, I am aware of that, said Ram. But all the pupils from these two lands did not leave with Lord Manu. The majority remained behind in Sangam Tamil and Dwarka. Lord Manu had radical ideas about how a society should be organized, which many did not agree with. He had his share of enemies. He was allowed to live with his followers from both Sangam Tamil and Dwarka on the condition that he would never venture back. In those days, Narmada formed the upper boundary of Dwarka, with Sangam Tamil, of course, being in the deep south. In effect, they promised to leave each other in peace and part ways. The Narmada was to be the natural boundary under the agreement. It was not a law, but an agreement. But if we are his descendants, then we need to honor the agreement that he made, said Ram. Valid point, said Sita. But tell me, what does an agreement require? At the very least, it needs two parties to agree on something. And if one of the parties does not exist anymore, is the agreement still valid? Ram and Lakshman were stumped. Many parts of Sangam Tamil were already submerged by the time Lord Manu left. The rest went underwater. Soon after, the seas rose rapidly. Dwarka survived for longer, progressively though. As the sea rose, the large landmass of Dwarka that had been attached to India was reduced to a long, lonely island. Dwaravati? Asked Ram incredulously. Dwaravati had been a long, narrow island off the coast of western India, running north to south for nearly 500 kilometers. The island was swallowed by the sea over 3,000 years ago. The survivors from Dwaravati dispersed all over the mainland, and frankly no one took their claims of being the descendants of the original Dwarkans seriously. This was mainly because the Yadavas, belonging to a powerful kingdom based near the banks of the Yamuna, stridently claimed that they were the sole direct descendants of the Dwarkans. The truth was that the intermingling among the different tribes across India had been so widespread. Everybody could claim descendant from both the Sangam Tamils and the Dwarkans. Sita nodded. The island of Dwaravati was home to the two survivors of Dwarka. Today they exist among us all. Wow! So the pure descendants of the Sangam Tamil and Dwarkans are long gone. The only ones around are us, their common descendants. How will we reach an agreement be made with ourselves? There is no other party anymore. The logic was irrefutable. So Bhavi said Lakshman, Should be we heading south and staying in the forest of thunder? Well, yes, it is the safest place for us. Ram, Lakshman, and Sita stood on the southern banks of the Narmada river. Ram bent down on one knee and reverently picked up a fistful of soil. He smeared it across his forehead in three horizontal lines, like the followers of Lord Rudra did with the holy ashes consecrated by the gods. He whispered, "May the land of our ancestors, the soil that was witness to a great karma, bless us." Sita and Lakshman followed Ram's example as they smeared a tilak across their foreheads. Sita smiled at Ram. "You do know what Lord Brahma said about this land, right?" Ram nodded. "Yes, more often than not. Whenever India faces an existential crisis, our regeneration emerges from the Indian peninsula, from the land that is to the south of the Narmada." Do you know why he said that? Ram shook his head. Our scriptures tell us that the south is the direction of death, right? Yes, death is believed to be inauspicious in some foreign lands to the west of us. To them, it signifies the end of everything, but nothing, it just changes form. Nothing ever really dies. No material can ever truly escape the universe. It just changes form. In that sense, death is actually also the beginning of regeneration. The old form dies, and a new form is born. If the south is the direction of death, then it is also the direction of regeneration. Ram was intrigued by this thought. The Saptasindhu is our karma bhumi, the land of our karma, and the land to the south of the Narmada is our Pitta bhumi, the land of our ancestors. This is the land of our regeneration. And one day we will return from the south to drive the regeneration of India, saying so. Sita held out two cups made of dried cool. They contained a bubbly milk white liquid. She handed one to Lakshman and the other to Ram. "What is it, Bhabhi?" asked Lakshman. "It's for your regeneration," said Sita. "Drink it." Lakshman took a sip and grinned. "Yuck!" "Just drink it," Lakshman ordered Sita. He held his nose as he drained the liquid. He walked to the river and rinsed his mouth as well as the cup. Ram looked at Sita. "I know what this is. Where did you get it from?" "From the pupil who protects you." "Sita, you are important to India." "Ram, you have to remain healthy. You have to stay alive. We have a lot to do when we return, 14 years from now. You cannot be allowed to age. Please drink it." Sita laughed. "Ram, one cup of somras is not going to achieve much. We need to drink it regularly for years, for it to be effective. And you know how difficult it is to procure somras. There will never be enough. Leave that to me. I'm not drinking it without you. What's the point of my long life if I don't have you to share it with?" Sita smiled. "I have already had mine, Ram. I had to, as one normally falls ill the first time one drinks the somras. If that why you were ill last week? Yes, if all three of us were to fall ill at the same time, it would be difficult to manage, right? You looked after me when I was unwell, and I will take care of Lakshman and you now. I wonder why the somras makes one fall ill the first time." Sita shrugged. "I don't know. That is a question for Lord Brahma and the Saptarshi. But don't worry about the illness. I have enough medicines in my bag." Sita and Ram were both poised on one knee, staring intently at the white boar. Ram held his bow with the arrow nocked, ready to fire. Sita whispered, "Ram, I have the animal in a perfect sight. I can finish it immediately. Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes," whispered Sita. "Bows and arrows are your thing. Swords and spears are mine. I need the practice. Ram, Sita and Lakshman had been in exile for 18 months now. Sita had finally introduced Jatayu to Ram some months back. Trusting Ram, Sita, Ram had accepted the Malayaputra and his 15 soldiers as members of his team. Together they were one sort of 20 now, more defendable than a group of three. Ram understood this, as well as the importance of allies in the situation they were in, but he remained wary of the Malayaputras. Admittedly, Jatayu had given him no reason to be suspicious, but Ram could not ignore the fact that he and his people were followers of Guru Vishwamitra. Ram shared his Guru Vasishtha's misgivings about the chief of the Malayaputras. He balked at the ease with which Vishwamitra had been willing to use the asuras with little regard for the law. The members of the party had settled into established routines as they moved deeper into the forest of Dandak, still not having found a suitable enough permanent camp. They usually stayed in one place for around 2 to 3 weeks before moving on. Standard parameter and security formation had been agreed upon. Cooking and cleaning duties were shared by rotation, as well as the task of hunting. But since not everyone in the camp ate meat, hunting was not something that was required often. These beasts are dangerous when they charge, warned Ram, looking at Sita with concern. Sita smiled at her husband's protectiveness as she drew her sword. Which is why I want you to stay behind me once you fire the arrow, she teased. Ram smiled in return. He focused his attention on the white boar as he took him. He put the bowstring back and released the arrow. The missile flew in a neat arc, burst past its head and landed to its left. The animal jerked its head in the direction of the intruders who had dared to disturb its peace. It grunted aggressively but did not move. Once more, said Sita as she slowly rose, her knees slightly bent, her feet spread wide, the sword held to the side. Ram quickly knocked another arrow and fired. It whizzed past the bow's ear and buried itself into the ground. Another belligerent grunt was accompanied by a stamping of its feet. This time, it lowered its head threateningly as it stared in the direction that the arrow had come. From its curved tusk projected from below the snout, like two long knives ready to strike. Now get behind me, whispered Sita. Ram dropped his bow, quickly slipped a few feet behind her and drew his sword as well. He would not lose a second if she needed his help. Sita screamed loudly as she jumped into view. The beast immediately took up the challenge that was thrown. It charged towards her with fearsome speed, its head low, its tusk jutting out like menacing swords. Sita stood her ground, breathing steadily as the wild boar speedily moving towards her. At the last second, when it appeared that it was upon her and would gore her to death, Sita took a few quick steps and leaped high into the air, an exquisite leap with which she flew horizontally above the charging boar. As she did, she struck her sword vertically down, stabbing the animal's neck. Her suspended body weight made the blade sink deep into the neck, shattering the cervical vertebrae. She superbly leveraged the sword hilt to flip forward and land on her feet just as the boar collapsed dead in front of Ram. Ram's eyes widened with wonder. Sita strode back to the boar, breathing hard. The sword needs to simply break the neck and the animal dies instantly. No pain. Clearly, said Ram, sheathing his sword. Sita bent down, touched the boar's head, and whispered, Forgive me for killing you, O noble beast. May your soul find purpose again while your body sustains my soul. Ram held the hilt of the Sita's sword in a firm grip and attempted to prise the blade out of the beast's body. It was struck. He looked at Sita, it was gone in deep. Sita smiled. Let me retrieve your arrows while you pull it out. Ram began the delicate operation of extracting Sita's sword from the boar's neck. He needed to make sure that the blade did not get damaged by rubbing against the hard bone. After extricating it, he sat on his haunches and wiped it clean with some leaves. He checked the edges. They remained sharp. There was no damage. He looked up to see Sita approaching him from the distance with the arrows that he had fired in the beginning. He pointed at her sword and raised his thumb, signaling that it was in fine fatals. Sita smiled. She was still some distance away from him. Miss My Lady! A loud shout rang through the jungle. Ram's eyes flew toward Makaran, a Malayaputra, as he raced towards Sita. Ram looked in the direction that the man was pointing. His heart jumped into his mouth as he saw two white boars emerge from the thick of the woods, charging straight at Sita. Her sword was with him. All she had was her knife. Ram sprang to his feet and sprinted towards his wife Sita, alerted by the panic in his voice. Sita whirled around. The boars were almost upon her. She drew her knife and faced the animals. It would have been suicidal to make a dash for it, away from them. She could not outrun them. Better to look them in the eye. Sita stood steady, took quick, deep breaths and waited. My lady, shouted Makar, as he leaped in front of Sita just in time, swinging his sword as he successfully deflected the first attack. The first boar swerved away, but the second charged in. Even as Makan struggled to regain his balance, its tusk pierced his upper thigh. Sita, screamed Ram as he threw her sword to her, drawing his own as he rushed towards Makan. Sita caught the sword deftly and turned to the first beast, which had turned around now and was charging down at her again. Makan, impaled momentarily on the other boar's tusk, had been flung into the air by its fearsome momentum, but the weight of his body had thrown the boar off balance as well, making him tip to the right, exposing its underbelly. Ram chose that moment to stab it viciously. The blade sank into the beast's chest, right through to its heart. It collapsed to the ground, dead. Meanwhile, the first boar swung its head fiercely as it closed in on Sita. She jumped up high, tucking her feet up, neatly avoiding the boar. On her way down, she swung her sword, partially decapitating the beast. It was not clean, but was enough to incapacitate the animal. It fell to the ground. Sita yanked her sword out as she landed. She went down on one knee and struck hard again, beheading the beast completely, putting it out of its misery. She turned around to see that Ram was rushing towards her. His sword held to the side. I am right, she reassured him. He nodded and headed towards Makran. Asita ran to the injured Malaputra. Ram hastily tied the soldier's angvasam around the injured, barely staunching the blood that continued to gush out. He quickly came to his feet and picked up Makarant. We have to get back to the camp right away, said Ram. The white boar's tusk had cut through his upper quadriceps, piercing the femoral artery. Fortunately, the tusk had come into contact with the hard pelvic floor, freaking him off as the beast's jangled nerves made it shake its head on impact. This had probably saved his life, for if the tusk had pushed through and penetrated deeper, it would have ruptured his intestines. The resultant infection would have been impossible to treat in the jungle. It would have meant certain death. The man had lost a lot of blood, though, and was not yet out of danger. Ram, mindful that Makant had unselfishly risked his life to save his wife, worked tirelessly to nurse the soldier back to health. Every assisted by Sita. For Ram it was the most natural thing to do, but it surprised the Malaputras to see a Sapta Sindhu royal willingly doing work that was not customarily his domain. He is a good man, said Jatayu. Jatayu and two Malaputra soldiers were outside the camp's main tent cooking the evening meal. I am surprised that, despite being a prince, he is willing to do the work that mere soldiers and medical assistants should be doing, said one of the Malaputras, stirring the contents of a pot on a low flame. I have always found him impressive, said the other soldier, chopping some herbs on a wooden block. He has absolutely no ears, unlike the other royal Sapta Sindhu brats. Said Jatayu. I have also heard how he effectively saved Makant's life by acting quickly. If he had not killed the boar immediately, it could have gone Makant again, possibly killing him apart from harming Lady Sita as well. He has always been a great warrior. We have seen and heard enough instances of that, said the second soldier. But he is also a good man. Yes, he treats his wife well. He is calm and clear-headed. He reads well. He is a good warrior. But most importantly, it is clear that he has a heart of gold, said the first Malaputra soldier, full of praise. I think Guru Vasisht probably chose well. Jatayu glared at the soldier, almost daring him to say another word. The poor man knew that he had gone too far. He immediately fell silent as he shifted his attention to the task of stirring the pot. Jatayu understood that he could not afford any doubts among his men regarding this issue. Their loyalty was to lie exclusively with the Malaputra Guru. No matter how trustworthy Prince Ram may appear, always remember we are the followers of Guru Vishwamitra. We have to do what he has ordered us to do. He is our chief and he knows best. The two Malaputra soldiers nodded. Of course we can trust him, said Jatayu. And it is good that he also appears to trust us now. But do not forget where our loyalties lie. Is that clear? Yes, Captain, said both the soldiers simultaneously. 6 years had elapsed since Ram, Sita and Lakshman had left Ayodhya. The band of 19 had finally settled along the western banks of early course of the mighty Godavari river at Panchavati, or the place with 5 banyan trees. The river provided natural protection to the small, rustic yet comfortable camp. The main mud hut at the center of the camp had 2 rooms, one for Ram and Sita and the other for Lakshman, and an open clearing for exercise and assembly. A rudimentary alarm system had been set around the far perimeter as warning against wild animals. The perimeter of this camp was made of 2 circular fences. The one on the outside was covered with poisonous creepers to keep animals out. The fence on the inside comprised Nagavalli creepers, rigged with an alarm system consisting of a continuous stream that ran all the way to a very large wooden case filled with birds. The birds were well looked after and replaced every month with new ones that were caught as the old ones were released. If anyone made it past the outer fence and attempted to enter the Nagavali haze, the alarm system would trigger the opening of the bird cage roof. The noisy fluttering of the escaping birds would offer a few precious minutes of warning to the inmates of the camp. Another cluster of huts to the east housed Jatayu and his band of soldiers. Despite Ram's trust in Jatayu, Lakshman remained suspicious of the Malaprachit. Like most Indians, he had strong superstitions about the Nagas. He simply could not bring himself to trust the vulture man, the name Lakshman had given to Jatayu behind his back. They had faced dangers, no doubt, in these 6 years, but these had not been due to any human intervention. The occasional scares served as reminders of their adventures in the jungle, but the Somras had ensured that they looked and felt as young as the day they had left Ayodhya. Exposures to the harsh sun had darkened their skin. Ram had always been dark-skinned, but even the fair-skinned Sita and Lakshman had acquired a dusky appearance. Ram and Lakshman had grown beards and mustaches, making them look like warrior sages. Life had fallen into the predictable pattern. Ram and Sita liked to go to the Godavari river in the early morning hours to bath and spend some private time together. It was their favorite time of the day. This was one such day. They washed their hair in the clear waters of the Godavari and then sat on the banks of the river, indulging themselves with conversation over an array of fresh berries as they dried their hair in the early morning breeze. Ram combed Sita's hair and braided it. Sita then moved behind her husband and ran her fingers through his half-dry hair, untangling the strands. Ouch! Protested Ram as his head was jerked back. Sorry, said Sita. Ram smiled. What are you thinking? Asked Sita, as she gingerly untangled another knot. Well, they say the jungles are dangerous, but it is the cities where you find comfort and security. It has been exactly the other way round for me. I have never been more relaxed and happy in my life than in the Dandkaranya. Sita murmured in agreement. Ram turned his head to look at his wife. I know that you suffered too, in the word of the civilized. Yes, well, said Sita, shrugging. They say it takes immense pressure to create diamonds. Ram laughed softly. You know, Guru Vasisth had said to me when I was a child that compassion is sometimes an overrated virtue. He told me the story of the butterfly emerging from the hard pupa. Its life begins as an ugly caterpillar. When the time is right, it forms a pupa and retreats behind its hard wall. Within its cell, it transforms into a butterfly, unseen, unheard. When ready, it uses its tiny sharp claws at the base of its forewings to crack a small opening in the hard, protective outer shell. It squeezes through this tiny opening and struggles to make its way out. This is a difficult, painful, and prolonged process. Misguided compassion may make us want to enlarge the hole in the pupa, imagining that it would ease the butterfly's task, but that struggle is necessary as the butterfly squeezes its body out of the tiny hole. It secretes fruits within its swollen body. This fruit goes to its wings, strengthening them once they have emerged. As the fruit dries, the delicate creatures are able to take flight, making the hole bigger to help the butterfly and ease its struggle will only debilitate it. Without the struggle, its wings would never gain strength. It would never fly. Sita nodded and smiled. I was told us different story of small birds being pushed out of their nest by their parents so that they are forced to fly. But yes, the point was the same. Ram smiled. Well, wife, this struggle has made us stronger. Ram picked up the wooden comb and began running it through Ram's. Sita picked up the wooden comb and began running it through Ram's hair. Who told you about the little birds? Your guru? Asked Ram. Since Ram was looking iron, he did not see the split second of hesitation that flitted across her face. I have learned from many people, Ram, but none was as great as your guru, Vasishtha. Ram smiled. I was lucky to have him as my guru. Yes, you were. Has trained you well. You will be a good Vishnu. Ram felt a flush of embarrassment. While he was certainly willing to shoulder any responsibility for the sake of his pupil, the great title that Vasishtha felt certain Ram would achieve left him humbled. He doubted his capability and wondered if he was even ready for it. He had shared these doubts with his wife. You will be ready, said Sita, smiling, almost reading her husband's mind. Trust me, you don't know how rare a person you are. Ram turned to Sita and touched her cheek gently as he looked deep into her eyes. He smiled faintly as he turned his attention back to the river. She tied a knot on top of his head, the way he always liked it. Then wrapped threaded beads around the knot to hold it in place. Done. Chapter 30. Ram and Sita had returned from a hunt with the body of a deer tied to a long wooden pole. They balanced the pole on their shoulders. Lakshman had stayed behind, it being his turn to cook. They had lived outside the Sapta Sindhu for 13 years now. Just one more year, Ram, said Sita as the pair walked into the compound of their camp. Yes, said Ram. They sat down the pole. That's when our real battle begins. Lakshman walked up as he unsheathed a long knife from the scabbard, tied horizontally across the small of his back. The two of you can begin your philosophy and strategy discussions when I attend to some womanly chorus. Sita gently tapped Lakshman on his cheek. Men are also counted among the best chefs in India. So what's so womanly about cooking? Everyone should be able to cook. Lakshman bowed theoretically, laughing. Yes, Bhavi. Ram and Sita laughed as well. The sky is beautiful this evening, isn't it? Remarked Sita, admiring the handiwork of Dhyau's Pita, the sky father. Ram and Sita lay on the floor outside the main hut. It was the 5th hour of the 3rd Prahar. The chariot of the Surya, the sun god, had left a trail of vivid colors behind us. He blazed through the sky. A cool evening breeze blew from the west, giving respite at the end of an unseasonal, oppressively hot day. The monsoon months had ended, heralding the beginning of winter. Yes, smiled Ram as he reached for her hand, put it close to his lips and kissed her fingers gently. Sita turned toward Ram and smiled. What's on your mind, husband? Very husbandly things, wife. A loud clearing of the throat was heard. Sita and Ram looked up to find an amused Lakshman standing before them. They stared at him with mock irritation. What? Shrugged Lakshman. You are blocking the entry into the hut. I need my sword. I have to go for a practice session with Atulya. Ram shifted to the right and made room for Lakshman. Lakshman walked in. I will be gone soon. No sooner had he stepped into the hut than he stopped in his tracks. The flock of birds in the cage, linked to the alarm, had suddenly fluttered noisily. Lakshman whirled around as Ram and Sita sprang to their feet. What was that? Asked Lakshman. Ram's instincts told him that the intruders were not animals, weapons, ordered Ram calmly. Sita and Lakshman tied their sword scabbard around their waist. Lakshman handed Ram his bow before picking up his own. The brothers quickly strung their bows. Jatayu and his men rushed in, armed and ready, just as Ram and Lakshman tied quivers full of arrows to their backs. Sita picked up a long spear as Ram tied his sword scabbard to his waist. They already bore a smaller knife scabbard tied horizontally across the small of their backs, a weapon that kept on their person at all times. Who could they be? Asked Jatayu. I don't know, said Ram. Lakshman's wall, asked Sita. Lakshman's wall was an ingenious defensive feature designed by him to the east of the main hut. It was 5 feet in height. It covered 3 sides of a small square completely, leaving the inner side facing the main hut partially open, like a cubicle. The entire structure gave the impression that it was an enclosed kitchen. In actual fact, the cubicle was bare, providing adequate mobility to warriors, though they would have to be on their knees, unseen by enemies on the other side of the wall. A small tandoor, a cooking platform emerged on the outside from the south-facing wall. Half the enclosure was roof-covered, completing the camouflage of a cooking area. It afforded protection from enemy arrows. The south, east, and north-facing walls were drilled with well-spaced holes. These holes were narrowed on the inner side and broad on the outer side, giving the impression of ventilation required for cooking. Their actual purpose was to give those on the inside a good view of the approaching enemy, while preventing those on the outside from looking in. The holes could also be used to fire arrows. Made from mud, it was not strong enough to withstand a sustained assault by a large force. Having said that, it was good enough for defense against small bands sent on assassination bids, which is what Lakshman suspected they would face. Designed by Lakshman, it had been built by everyone in the camp. Makarand had named it Lakshman's wall. Yes, said Ram. Everyone rushed to the wall and crouched low, keeping their weapons ready. They waited. Lakshman hunched over and peeped through a hole in the south-facing wall. As he strained his eyes, he detected a small band of 10 people marching into the camp premises, led by a man and a woman. The man in the lead was of average height and unusually fair skin. His reed thin physique was that of a runner. This man was no warrior. Despite his frail shoulders and thin arms, he walked as if he had balls in his armpits, pretending to accommodate impressive biceps. Like most Indian men, he had long, jet black hair that was tied in a knot at the back of his head. His full beard was neatly trimmed, interestingly colored a deep brown. He wore a classic brown dhoti and an angvastram that was a shade lighter. His jewelry was rich but understated, pearl ear studs and a thin copper bracelet. He looked disheveled right now, as though he had been on the road for too long without a change of clothes. The woman beside him faintly resembled the man but was bewitching. She was possibly his sister, almost as short as Urmila. Her skin was as white as snow. It should have made her look pale and sickly. Instead, she was distractingly beautiful. Her sharp, slightly upturned nose and high cheekbones made her look like a parihan. Unlike them, though her hair was blonde, a most unusual color, every strand of it was in place. Her eyes were magnetic. Perhaps she was the child of Hiranyaloman, Malechas, fair-skinned, light-eyed, and light-haired foreigners who lived half a world away towards the northwest. Their violent ways and incomprehensible speech had led to the Indians calling them barbarians, but this lady was no barbarian. Quite the contrary, she was elegant, slim, and petite, except for breasts that were disproportionately large for her body. She wore a classic, expensively dyed purple dhoti, which shone like the butter of the sari. Perhaps it was the legendary silk cloth from the east, one that only the richest could afford. The dhoti was tied fashionably low, exposing her flat tummy and slim, curvaceous waist. Her blouse, also made of silk, was a tiny silver of cloth, affording a generous view of her cleavage. Her angvastram had deliberately been left hanging loose from a shoulder instead of across the body. Extravagant jewelry completed the picture of the excess. The only incongruity was the knife scabbard tied to her waist. She was a vision to behold. Ram cast a quick glance at Sita. "Who are they?" Sita shrugged. "Lankans," whispered Jatayu. Ram turned to Jatayu, crouching a few feet away. "Are you sure?" "Yes, the man is Ravan's younger half-brother Vibhisha, and the woman is his half-sister Suraka." "What are they doing here?" asked Sita. Atulya had been observing the approaching party through a hole in the wall. He turned towards Ram. "I don't think they have come to make war. Look," he gestured towards a hole. Everyone looked through the peepholes. A soldier next to Bibisa had aloft a white flag, the color of peace, though they obviously wanted to parley. The mystery was, what did they want to talk about? "Why the hell would Raman want to speak with us?" asked Lakshman, ever suspicious. "According to my source, Vibhishan and Surpakha don't always see eye to eye with Ravan," said Jatayu. "We should not assume that Ravan has sent them." Atulya cut in. "Apologies for disagreeing with you, Jatayu, but I cannot imagine Prince Vibhishan or Princess Surpakha having the courage to do something like this on their own. We must assume that they have been sent by Lord Ravan. Time to stop wondering and start asking some questions," said Lakshman. "Dada." Ram looked through the hole again and then turned towards his pupil. "We will at all step out together. It will stop them from attempting something stupid." "That is wise," said Jatayu. "Come on," said Ram, as he stepped out from behind the protective wall with his right hand raised, signifying that he meant no harm. Everyone else followed Ram's example and trooped out to meet the half-siblings of Ravan. Vibhisha nervously stopped in his tracks the moment his eyes fell on Ram, Sita, Lakshman and their soldiers. He looked sideways at his sister as if uncertain as to the next course of action. But Surpakha had eyes only for Ram. She stared at him unashamedly. A look of recognition flashed across a surprised Vibhishan's face when he saw Jatayu. Ram, Lakshman and Sita walked in the lead, with Jatayu and his soldiers following close behind. As the forest dwellers reached the Lankans, Vibhishan strengthened his back, puffed up his chest, and spoke with an air of self-importance. "We come in peace, King of Ayodhya." "We want peace as well," said Ram, lowering his right hand. His people did the same. He made no comment on the King of Ayodhya greeting. "What brings you here, Prince of Lanka?" Vibhishan pained at being recognized. "It seems Sapt Sindhus are not as ignorant of the world as many of us like to imagine." Ram smiled politely. Meanwhile, Surpakha pulled out a small violet kerchief and covered her nose delicately. "Well, even I respect and understand the ways of the Sapt Sindhuans," said Vibhishan. Sita watched Surpakha, hawk-eyed, as the lady continued to stare at her husband unabashedly. Up close, it was clear that the magic of Surpraka's eyes lay in their startling color, bright blue. She almost certainly had some Iranian Roman military blood. Practically nobody east of Egypt had blue eyes. She was bathed in fragrant perfumes that overpowered the rustic animal smell of the Panchvati camp, at least for those in her vicinity. Not overpowering enough for her. Evidently, she continued to hold the stench of her surroundings at bay, with the kerchief pressed against her nose. Would you like to come inside to our humble abode? Asked Ram, gesturing towards the hut. No, thank you, Your Highness, said Vivesa. I am comfortable here. Jatayu's presence had thrown him off guard. Vivesa was unwilling to encounter other surprises that may lay in store for them. Within the closed confines of the hut, before they had come to some negotiated terms, he was a brother of the enemy of Sapta Sindhu. After all, it was safer here, out in the open for now. All right then, said Ram. To what do we owe the honor of a visit from the Prince of Golden Lanka? Surpraka spoke in a husky, alluring voice. Handsome one, we come to seek refuge. I am not sure I understand, said Ram momentarily, flummoxed by the allusion to his good looks by a woman he did not know. I don't think we are capable of helping the relatives of. Who else can we go to? Oh great one, asked Viveshan. We will never be accepted in the Sapta Sindhu because we are Ravan's sibling. But we also know that there are many in the Sapta Sindhu who will not deny you. My sister and I have suffered Ravan's brutal oppression for too long. We needed to escape. Ram remained silent, contemplative. King of Ayodhya continued Vibhishan. I may be from Lanka, but I am, in fact, like one of your own. I honor your ways, follow your path. I am not like the other Lankans, blinded by Ravan's immense wealth into following his demonic path. And Surpraka is just like me. Don't you think you have a duty towards us too? See the cutting, an ancient poet once remarked. When the axe entered the forest, the trees said to each other, do not bury the handle in that axe is one of us. Surpraka sniggered, so the great descendants of Raghu lets his wife make decisions for him, is it? Vibhishan touched Surpraka's hands lightly, and she fell silent. Queen Sita, said Vibhishan, you will notice that only the handles have come here. The axe head is in Lanka. We are truly like you. Please help us. Surpraka turned to Jatayu. It had not escaped her notice that, as usual, every man was gaping intently at her. Every man, that is, except Ram and Lakshman. Great Mother Putra, don't you think it is in your interest to give us refuge? We could tell you more about Lanka than you already know. There will be more gold in it for you. Jatayu stiffened. We are the followers of Lord Parshuram. We are not interested in gold. Right, said Surpraka sarcastically. Vibhishan appealed to Lakshman. Wise Lakshman, please convince your brother. I am sure you will agree with me when I say that we can be of use to you in your fight when you get back. I could agree with you, Prince of Lanka, said Lakshman, smiling, but then we would both be wrong. Vibhishan looked down and sighed. Prince Vibhishan, said Ram, I am truly sorry, but Vibhishan interrupted. Ram, son of Dasarat, remember the battle of Mithra. My brother Ravan is your enemy. He is my enemy as well. Should not that make you my friend? Ram kept quiet. Great king, we have put our lives at risk by escaping from Lanka. Can't you let us be your guest for a while? We will leave in a few days. Remember what the Tattvaya Upanishad says, Atithi Devo Bhava. Even the many Smritis say that the strong should protect the weak. All we are asking for is shelter for a few days, please. Sita looked at Ram. A law had been invoked. She knew what was going to happen next. She knew Ram would not turn them away now. Just a few days, pleaded Vibhishan. Please. Ram touched Vibhishan's shoulder. You can stay here for a few days, rest for a while, and then continue on your journey. Vibhishan folded his hands together into a namaste and said, Glory to the great Grand of Raghu. I think that spoiled princess fancies you, said Sita. Ram and Sita sat alone in their room in the second hour of the fourth prahar, having just finished their evening meal. Surpaka had complained bitterly about the food that Sita had cooked that day. Sita had told her to remain hungry if the food was not to her liking. Ram shook his head, his eyes clearly conveying he thought this was silly. How can Sita? She knows I am married. Why should she find me attractive? Sita lay down next to her husband on a bed of hay. You should know that you are more attractive than you realize. Ram frowned and laughed. Nonsense. Sita laughed as well and put her arms around him. The guest had been staying in Panchpati with the forest dwellers for a week now. They had not been troublesome at all, except for the Lankan princes. However, Lakshman and Jatayu remained suspicious of the Lankans. They had disarmed the visitors on the first day itself and locked up their weapons in the camp armory. They also maintained a strict but discreet and staggered 24-hour visit, keeping a constant watch on the guest. Having stayed awake the previous night with his sword and warning conch shell ready for his side, a tired Lakshman had slept through the morning. He woke in the afternoon to observe unusual activity in the camp. As he stepped out of the hut, he came upon Jatayu and the Malaputras emerging from the armory with the Lankan weapons. Vibhishan and his party were ready to leave. Having collected the weaponry, they waited for Surpaka, who had gone to the Godavari to bath and get ready. She had requested Sita to accompany her for help with her clothes and hair. Sita was happy to finally be rid of the troublesome diva, who demands in this simple jungle camp were never ending. She had readily agreed to this last request. Thank you for all your help, Prince Ram, said Vibhishan. It was our pleasure, and may I request you and your followers to not reveal to anyone where we are headed. Of course, thank you, said Vibhishan, folding his hands into a namaste. Ram looked towards the dense forest line, beyond which lay the Godavari. He expected his wife Sita and Vibhishan's sister Surpaka to emerge from that direction at moment now. Instead, a loud female scream emanated from the forest. Ram and Lakshman cast a quick glance at each other and then moved rapidly in the direction of the sound. They came to a standstill as Sita emerged from the woods. Tall, regal, but dripping wet and furious, she dragged a struggling Surpaka mercilessly by her arm. The Lankan prince's hands had been securely tied. Lakshman immediately drew his sword, as did everyone else present. The younger prince of Ayodhya was the first to find his voice. Looking at Vibhishan accusingly, he demanded what the hell is going on. Vibhishan could not take his eyes off the two women. He seemed genuinely shocked for a moment, but quickly gathered his wits and replied, What is your sister-in-law doing to my sister? She is the one who has clearly attacked Surpaka. Stop this drama, shouted Lakshman. Bhavi would not do this unless your sister attacked her first. Sita walked into the circle of people and let go of Surpaka. The Lankan princess was clearly livid and out of control. Vibhishan immediately rushed to his sister, drew a knife and cut the rope that bound her. He whispered something into her ear. Lakshman could not be sure what Vibhishan said, but it sounded like quiet. Sita turned to Ram and gestured towards Subraka, as she held out some herbs in the palm of her hand. That keeps quick. Rankan stuffed this in my mouth as he pushed me into the river. Ram recognized the herbs. It was normally used to make people unconscious before conducting surgeries. He looked at Divisha, his piercing eyes red with anger. What is going on? Divisha stood up immediately, his manner placatory. Has obviously been some misunderstanding. My sister would never do something like that. Are you suggesting that I imagined her pushing me into the water? Asked Sita aggressively. Division stared at Subraka, who had also stood up by now. He seemed to be pleading with her to stay quiet, but the message was clearly lost on the intended recipient. That is a lie, screeched Subraka. I did not do anything like that. Are you calling me a liar? Growled Sita. What happened next was so sudden that very few had the time to react. With frightening speed, Surbakha reached to her side and drew her knife. Lakshman, who was standing to the left of Sita, saw the quick movement and rushed forward, screaming Bhabhi. Sita quickly moved in the opposite direction toward the strike. In that split second, Lakshman lunged forward and banged into a charging Surbakha, seizing both her arms and pushing her back with all his force. The elfin princess of Lanka went flying backward, her own hand, which held the knife, striking her face as she crashed into the Lankan soldier, who stood transfixed behind her. The knife struck her face horizontally, cutting deep into her nose. It fell from her hand as she lay sprawled on the ground, the shock having numbed any sensation of pain. As blood gushed out alarmingly, her conscious mind asserted control, and horror of it all reverberated through her being. She touched her face and looked at her blood-stained hands. She knew that she would be left with deep scars on her face, and that painful surgeries would be required to remove them. She screeched with savage hate and lunged forward again, this time going for Lakshman. Divisha rushed to her and caught a hold of his maddened sister. Kill them, screamed Subraka in agony. Kill them all. Wait, pleaded Divisha, stricken with visceral fear. He knew they were outnumbered. He did not want to die, and he feared something even worse than that. Wait. Ram held up his left hand. His fist closed tight, signaling his pupils to stop, but be on guard. Leave now, Prince, or there will be hell to pay. Forget what we were told, screeched Surbaka. Kill them all. Ram spoke to a clearly stunned Divisha, who held on to a struggling Surbaka for all he was worth. Leave now, Prince Divisha. Retreat, whispered Divisha. His soldier began stepping back, their swords still pointed in the direction of the forest dwellers. Kill them, you coward! Shurpaka rushed out at her brother. I am your sister, avenge me. Division dragged a flailing Shurpaka, his eye on Ram, mindful of any sudden movement. Kill them, shouted Shurpaka. Divisha continued to pull his protesting sister away as the Lankan left the camp and escaped from Panchavati. Ram, Lakshman and Sita stood rooted to their spot. What had happened was an unmitigated disaster. We cannot stay here anymore. Jatayu stated the obvious. We don't have a choice. We need to flee now. Ram looked at Jatayu. We have said Lankan royal blood, even if it is that of the royal rebels, said Jatayu. According to their customary law, Ravan had no choice but to respond. It would be the same among many Sapta-Sindhu royals as well, isn't it? Ravan will come, have no doubt about that. Vibhisana is a coward, but Ravan and Kumbhakarna are not. They will come with thousands of soldiers. This will be worse than Mithra. There it was a battle between soldiers, a part and parcel of war. They understood that. But here it is personal. His sister, a member of his family, has been attacked. Blood was shed. His honor will demand retribution. Lakshman is different, but I did not attack her. See, that's not how Ravan will see it, interrupted Jatayu. He will not quibble with you over the details. Prince Lakshman, we need to run right now. Around 30 warriors sat together in a small clearing in the forest, briskly shoveling food into their mouths. They appeared to be in a tearing hurry, all of them, but dressed like a long brownish black cloak covered their bodies, held together across the waist by a thick cord. The clocks were not conceal the fact that each carried a sword. The men were all unnaturally fair-skinned, an unusual sight in the hot plains of India. Their hooked noses, neatly beaded full beards, sharp foreheads, randy locks emerging from under square white hats, and drooping mustaches made it clear who these people were. Parihans. Pariha was a fabled land beyond the western borders of India. It was the land that was home to the previous Mahadev, Lord Rudra. The most intriguing member of this motley group was its leader, clearly a Naga. He too was fair-skinned, but just like the Parihan. But in every other respect, he stood apart from them. He was not dressed like them. He was, in fact, dressed like an Indian in dhoti and angastra, both dyed saffron. An outgrowth jutted out from his lower back, almost like a tail. It flapped in constant rhythm, as though it had a mind of its own. The Harsuat, Naga leader of the Parihans, was very tall. His massive build and sturdy musculature gave him an awe-inspiring presence and a godly aura. He could probably break an unfortunate's back with his bare hands, unlike most Nagas. He did not cover his face with a mask or his body with a hooded robe. We have to move quickly, said the leader. His nose was flat, pressed against his face. His beard and facial hair surrounded the periphery of his face, encircling it with neat precision. Strangely though, the area above and below his mouth was silken smooth and hairless. It had a puffed appearance and was light pink in color. His lips were a thin, barely noticeable line. Thick eyebrows drew a sharp curve above captivating eyes that radiated intelligence and a meditative calm. They also had a promise of brutal violence if required. His furrowed brow gave him a naturally intellectual air. It almost seemed like the Almighty had taken the face of a monkey and placed it on a man's head. Yes, my lord, said a Parihan. If you could give us a few minutes more. The man had been marching continuously and some rest will. There is no time for rest, growled the leader. I have given my word to Guru Vasisht. Ravan cannot be allowed to reach them before we do. We need to find them now. Tell the man to hurry. The Parihan rushed off to carry out the orders. Another Parihan, who had finished his meal, walked up to the Naga. My lord, the man need to know who is the primary person. The leader did not hesitate even for a second. Both. They are both vital. Princess Sita is important to the Malayaputras and Prince Ram is to us. Yes, Lord Hanuman. They had been on the run for 30 days, racing east through the Dandakaran. They had moved a reasonable distance parallel to the Godavari, so that They could not be easily spotted or tracked, but they could not afford to stray too far from the tributary rivers or other water bodies, for the best chance of hunting animals would be lost. Ram and Lakshman had just hunted a deer and were making their way back to the temporary camp through the dense jungle. They carried a long staff between them, Ram in front carrying one end of his sword, and Lakshman behind, balancing the other. The deer's body dangled from the wooden pole. Lakshman was arguing with Ram. But why do you think it's irrational to think Bharat Dada could? Shh, said Ram, holding his hand up to silence Lakshman. Listen. Lakshman strained his ears. A chill ran down his spine. Ram turned towards Lakshman, with terror writ large on his face. They had both heard it, a forceful scream. It was Sita. The distance made faint her frenetic struggle, but it was clearly Sita. She was calling out to her husband. Ram and Lakshman dropped the deer and dashed forward desperately. They were still some distance away from their temporary camp. Sita's voice could be heard above the din of the disturbed birds. Ram! They were close enough now to hear the sounds of battle as metal clashed with metal. Ram screamed as he ran frantically through the forest. Sita! Lakshman drew his sword, ready for battle. Ram! Leave her alone, shouted Ram, cutting through the dense foliage, racing ahead. Ram! Ram gripped his bow tight. They were just a few minutes from their camp. Sita! Ram! Sita's voice stopped mid-syllable, trying not to imagine the worst. Ram kept running, his heart pounding desperately, his mind clouded with worry. They heard the loud bump of water blades. It was Ravan's legendary Pushpak Viman, his flying vehicle. No, screamed Ram, wrenching his bow forward as he ran. Tears were streaming down his face. The brothers broke through to the clearing that was their temporary camp. It stood completely destroyed. There was blood everywhere. Sita! Ram looked up and shot an arrow at the Pushpak Viman, which was rapidly ascending into the sky. It was a sort of important race, for the flying vehicle was already soaring high above. Sita! Lakshman frantically searched the camp. Bodies of dead soldiers were strewn all over, but there was no Sita. Prince Ram recognized that feeble voice. He rushed forward to find the bloodied and mutilated body of the Naga. Jatayu, the badly bounded Jatayu, struggled to speak. He is what Ravan kidnapped her. Ram looked up enraged at the speck moving rapidly away from them. He screamed in anger, Sita! Prince! Jatayu could feel life slipping away. Using his last reserves of will, he raised his body, reached his hand out and pulled Ram towards him. With his dying breath, Jatayu whispered, Get her back. I feared. She is important. Lady Sita must be saved. Lady Sita must be saved. Vishnu, Lady Sita. To be continued.